Learning and Teaching Conference on Student Engagement. And it's great to see everybody here. Thank you so much. We've got a really interesting lineup of presentations for today, with students involved as well as faculty and staff. There's one change to the schedule, and that is, along with Julia Hathaway, we'll be presenting a student, Richard Kowalski-Slenders. So he's with us as well, which is wonderful. I mean, student engagement is extremely important, I suppose, as everybody knows. And I think one of the things we're going to be looking at is how you actually define student engagement. What does it really mean to be engaged? And so we have, and not only what does it really mean, but how does it happen? Why does it happen? What are the sorts of things that we can do to make student engagement happen, or not make it, I suppose, not make it maybe, but help it. Lay the groundwork for it, make fertile ground so that real student engagement that matters happens. Because there's probably student engagement and there's student engagement. There's different levels of it. And I think that what we're attempting to do is to make the most, I guess, the sort of student engagement that really affects the being is how I would see it. And the being is, of course, the body and the mind. And it's the sort of thing where education lasts and engagement lasts forever. It lasts for your entire life. I mean, these university years are so important in a student's life. And in fact, I'm sure have been very important in all of our lives. And so this is really about looking at student engagement, trying to get inside it, but seeing it from all sorts of different viewpoints. And hopefully coming up with some real ideas and real, maybe Allison and Jacqueline, for example, are going to talk about specific strategies that we can use. Ira and Miriam have conducted tests in relationship to psychology and cognitive development. And we have a whole range. David Manuni is going to be talking about mathematics in relationship to student engagement. Often quite difficult, but maybe not. Maybe there's particular aspects to it. And we've got different speakers. And I'm really pleased that both Julia and Richard are doing a joint presentation. And we also have, after lunch, a student who, in fact, is doing an internship in China, who's going to be making a presentation via Skype. So we have a whole range, I think, of very interesting presentations today. So thank you very much for coming. I think that at some point, stronger coffee is on the way. We might have to get up and dash and get that. But so we'll have a number of presentations, then have a very nice lunch, some more presentations, and then drinks at the end. So thank you. So Jacqueline and Allison. Oh, and John Annette. I was thinking, who else? John Annette is going to be talking about I better say that, right? I might lose. John Annette is going to be talking about student learning and civic engagement and such.
In an attempt to engage you, we have a Prezi instead of PowerPoint. I don't know if you've seen Prezi before, but it's something that a lot of university campuses are using to try and engage students in presentations. And I should say that our presentation is a bit on the practical side, although it's certainly based in academic research. The techniques and strategies that I'm going to tell you about today are very much a practical part of things that you may do every day. So we're going to start by talking a little bit about what student engagement actually is. And maybe you can give me some of your feedback in this area too. So what does student engagement actually mean? Well, I think as Mary suggested, that it is about teaching, it is about learning, it's about opportunities to learn, and I think it's about involving students in what we do. So instead of teaching at people, obviously it's teaching with them. And it's a discovery that students have along the way. It's one of those moments where you say, aha, that's what it is. And you decide that Michelle's history class is the class that has changed your life, right? How would you define engagement from the perspective of your students? Can anybody offer me an idea? Since we're going to be talking about this all day, I thought I'd engage you in
I mean, how can we tell when a student is engaged?
Has that aha moment and makes the decision that there actually something's clicked and this is it. How do you know? Or how do you know as a
I
student?
think it's often when the student comes to you outside of class, you know, more often than in class.
Yeah, whenever they start to take responsibility for it.
That's interesting. Right. So what do you mean by responsibility?
Well, they're not just following instructions on something that they have to do, but deciding what it is that they're researching, for example. And
So taking some initiative?
Yeah, you suddenly start to see books on that they've been reading from, which are not stuff that you've recommended, this kind of thing. That seems to be when you read and focused inquiry in very particular.
And they're feeding that back to you by saying, well,
Yeah,
this is something I'm really interested in.
Actually, the HEA fancy word for that is autonomous learning.
Yeah.
Or when the student comes a month and a half before the essay is due and saying, could I actually do this but extend it in this particular way, which shows that she has really thought about it and is really engaged with the topic.
It's like they're making a conscious effort to expand their knowledge and expand their learning outside of what's required.
So there's parameters that are set,
Yeah,
things
they're
that you've got
pushing
to
it
do.
themselves. Because once you know, you kind of want to know more.
Yeah. So how do we motivate people to get there is the real question, right? If everybody behaved that way, life would be easy. But how do we motivate people? Well, I've got a little graphic there that I think is my next slide. There's a large aspect of engagement that has to do with motivation. And I think some of the problems that we see as people involved in higher education is we don't always know how to motivate people. And motivation can be a very personal thing. So figuring out what motivates people is key to coming up with opportunities for active learning, which is the other part. So you were all saying going above and beyond, taking initiative, figuring out that research topic and what it is that is important or interesting to that individual. And somewhere between motivation and active learning is that engagement. Now the problem is the same thing doesn't work for each person. And if it did, it would be a lot easier. You could use the same curriculum year on, year out, and the same lesson plans, and it wouldn't be problematic. But individual people have different motivations, and whatever motivates them can drive their active learning. So what can we do here? Well, I've got 5 techniques that have personally worked for me over my years at Richmond. And I'm going to go through them. The first is about the community, controlling the community. And I do think community is an important word, particularly here at Richmond, because part of our marketing, part of our ethos of who we are is that we're a small, liberal arts university where we care about people. Right? Usually during open day, I give a talk to prospective students about Richmond. And I have a panel of students there ready to answer questions, and they always ask, George will know this, they always ask, what's the best thing about Richmond? And students will say, well, everybody knows you, you're part of the community, and people are engaged with who you are and what you're learning, they're interested in you personally. And what's the worst thing about Richmond? Well, everybody knows you. About you. Right? So what's the positive and the negative? They can work together, but the community is really, really important. Jacqueline's helping me with this as my mentor on Prezi here. So controlling the environment, some of the aspects of that I think are first and foremost to support free thinking, and that's something that we do as the institution we are, right? Unity and diversity is really the basis of Richmond. So getting people, encouraging people to take on research topics and think about things that are important to them that might drive their own interests and transformative learning. Okay, to encourage questioning and critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of those words we use every day. I'm sure you do too. What does it mean to think critically? What does that mean?
It depends.
You know, what does that mean? I'm going to pick on you people in the back there.
To not accept something at face value, to question what's behind things.
Yeah, maybe taking some of those theories and ideas and some of the research you're doing and transferring it to what's reality and trying to use those skills to think about things in a different way. I mean, we're always saying one of the best things about Richmond is you have a classroom full of students from different cultures and nationalities, and they motivate you to think differently, critically about different issues. Whereas if everyone were the same, our ideas may come out quite similar. Okay, so providing opportunities to problem solve, that's another one you hear all the time. What does liberal arts do for you? Well, it helps you think critically, it helps you problem solve. Problem solving happens inside of the classroom. It certainly happens outside of the classroom as well, and I've got some of my staff here who can attest to that. But some of the things that you're learning in the classroom are applicable. They are practical, and I think students don't always make that connection to their lives. So encouraging students to think of from other or consider other perspectives we talked about with our diverse population. Present global thinking and consider how actions affect others. And this is something that you talk about, I'm sure, in many of your courses. What does this, if you made this decision, what would the effects be and how would others behave because of this? And then, of course, promote multidisciplinary thought and study. And these are things that we're doing by integrating things like international relations and history topics, or art and graphic design and things that do fit together on one level or another. Okay. So the second in my list of 5 is to offer opportunities for collaboration. I'm so glad to see Richard and Julia here collaborating. Jacqueline and I are collaborating. There's lots of opportunities to do this at Richmond, and because we're so different and diverse, it makes it even more interesting. I'm sure these are things that you do every day in your classroom. We try to do them outside of the classroom to try and get students integrating and talking to each other and involved in student life. So assigning coursework, a group or project work that is oriented towards working as a team. Do you all do that? I hear lots of complaints in the first year, maybe you guys can relate to this, students, where you say, my team is so lame, there's only one person on it that ever does any work, and I feel like I'm doing everything. And then as the years go on, you discover techniques to ensure that that doesn't happen, right? That is, I started learning about yourself and others. To offer opportunities to learn about faculty research, we've got a great example here, and interests and possibly get involved. Do you talk to your students about your research? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's one of the things that really motivates people to become more interested in you. And I am doing a postgraduate degree right now too, and I've been talking endlessly to my students about my research. I think they're kind of tired of it by now, but it is about student engagement. So it's interesting to me to see how people are interacting and what makes people have those moments of aha. Okay, facilitate living situations that are purposefully diverse, and we do this at Richmond. In fact, Stephen is very much a part of this. And I think in order to engage students in who we are as Richmond is to involve them in things that can be a little bit uncomfortable, right? Maybe so far from their base of what it's like to be a student that they're not quite ready for it. But what we see as people develop and change is that those are really positives. And when you talk to graduates and alumni, as you'll do in the next week or so, you'll have them remember their first roommate. You'll have them remember some of the crazy things that they did at Richmond that they never would have envisioned themselves doing when they signed on to come here. Okay, create opportunities to represent and support a diverse group of peers. So we have a tall task. You know, as I said, one of the best things about Richmond is that we have a very supportive community. But one of the most difficult things is that people are so diverse. So what works for one doesn't work for everyone, and trying to balance those interests and support those who are struggling can be very difficult. And then to promote opportunities for students to be involved. And I think involvement and engagement are two different things. Involvement is that you're actually taking part in something, which is great, and that's where we have to start a lot of the time. But to engage people is to really figure out their motivations, their interests, and then get them involving themselves in what we have to offer. So it's a tall order, but we're working on it. The third strategy I have is probably the toughest, to motivate the seemingly unmotivated. And I'm sure you've seen this student in your class sitting way at the back. and on his or her phone or iPad, and seemingly completely uninterested in anything that you're talking about. There are motivations. These people do have motivations, and you will discover them as time goes on. But how do you cope with people like that? How do you deal with them? Before you read my slide there, how do you deal with people like that?
Have a word with them afterwards, ask if there's any problem. Or
What do you talk to them about? Yeah. If there's somebody who you think is not disruptive, because we know how we deal with disruptive people, but seemingly unmotivated about anything. I think a word is good because it shows that community caring aspect of Richmond.
I think you try to find common ground, first of all. You try to find stuff that you're both or interested in, and move from there into less common ground. That's a kind of general strategy.
Okay. So
that
you're trying
common
to
ground might not have anything to do with the academic subject.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it's common ground, and it's always a stepping stone.
Okay. So trying to engage with something similar that the two of you may have in common.
Yeah, I think that there are people who need to find it difficult to kind of identify with you, and then therefore with the thing that you're doing. And I think once that's overcome, they kind of see an investment in it.
Okay, no, that's a good word, investment, definitely, because I think that's a large part of engagement. What were you going to say, Don?
I see it's a little bit different from that. Find out what motivates them, interests them, and encourage them. And show that it's a learning process for me. So what they're experts in, I don't know about, and I can learn from them. But I encourage them to develop their interests.
Yeah. How do you find out what motivates people? That is really tough. And I have to say that the disciplinary problems, which is not my favorite part of my job, but it is a portion of it. The disciplinary problems that I experience with students every year have to do with not being able to recognize what their motivations are, or not having a motivation in their mind that is really transparent and clear. You'll hear people at orientation say, I'm going to graduate from Richmond, and then I'm going to study international law, and then I'm going to do it. And you think, that's a highly motivated person. He or she knows exactly what they want. But then as time goes on, they discover that that really isn't true. And then there's others that seem completely adrift, and they are highly motivated in some way. So I think you're right, Don, is trying to discover what it is that motivates them.
I think it's also spending time to discover what the barrier is to their own motivation. And we can all sometimes try and guess that and get it completely wrong. And it's when you do take that time to kind of understand their viewpoint that you can find it's the smallest thing that we can actually fix really easily. So it's taking that time to understand their reasons for how they're feeling.
I think one of the things, one of the things that I think is really interesting too, and because Richmond is a small community, that we do talk to each other, that your colleagues do speak to each other, you may find that a student behaves in your class very differently from another class. So a student may decide that Lisa is the person that motivates them, and nobody else is going to motivate them the way that Lisa does. And all of her colleagues are saying, I don't understand this student, he never comes to class on time, he's not. And Lisa says, he's fabulous in my class, in fact he's making straight A's. Has that ever happened to you? Yeah. So you're speaking to each other exactly about what Stephen's saying is, what is the motivation of the student? How does this, what's keeping him from being successful in other classes?
In maths, very often is those students in the back that just with their phones is figuring out that they can actually do it, and so very often when they're all working on exercise, if you stand behind them and do a simple one, and if it clicks, they can actually do it, then you get them for the rest of the class.
Yeah, I think I have a lot of respect for math faculty because I think often students come in with that barrier of, I can't do it, and getting over that is
it's just, difficult. Yeah, so I normally start with very easy quizzes so they can actually say, oh, I can do this.
Getting fun stuff.
I'm sorry I came a bit late, but what I've found over the years is that one of the main problems we have here is that students essentially being told what to major in by their parents. And having no real interest or inclination in that, and often the trick is to use the liberal arts system to actually find. I mean, there's a student that we both know at the moment who's got an absolutely appalling GPA and is actually really discovered to have a real talent in lens media.
Yeah.
Should have been majoring in that all along. But God only knows why this person is majoring in another topic.
Sometimes the barriers to getting at your motivations are decentralized, and there can often be some very difficult people. Yes, I agree. Well, exactly. I think you touched on all of these. Dom said to try and discover each student's motivation. Easier said than done, but if you can get there, I think you're more likely to have that sort of moment of transformative learning. To feed learning opportunities through this motivation. So, Anna was saying, if I can get people to understand concepts and get them to be successful somehow, we're beyond that barrier and we can move on. To offer support and guidance to each student and help them develop and perhaps change their motivation. So the student that Alex was talking about, she has finally discovered something that motivates her and she's really interested in, but trying to get her to deal with the other aspect of her life that can be very overbearing is to try and move beyond that. And then, of course, ensure that consequences follow if learning opportunities are ignored. I think we can be very positive, we can be very engaging, and I try to operate that way as much as I can. But there are some students who will meet you head on and will not engage with anything. And we do have to set a standard of expectations, and when expectations aren't met, we're back to it. Consequences have to follow. Okay, and I think this is the last one. I can't remember. Next to the last one. Demonstrate relevance. And I think this is part of university life that will become more and more challenging as time goes on, particularly in institutions like Richmond, where we're talking about airy-fairy concepts like critical thinking and problem solving, which we all know are important, but being able to demonstrate how we use those can be really of key importance to students. So bring skills back into the conversation. When you're talking about math, for example, that people think, I'll never use this again in my life, why am I having to take this math class? You will use it again in your life, right? And we all do. So how do we make it relevant to students? Offer opportunities for self-reflection. And this is something that you hear a lot in conversations about engagement. How is a student, or how is the student, him or herself, thinking about what they're doing? How are they not only learning skills and concepts in the classroom, but then relating them to their own lives? And that's really, really important. If we're not doing that, then there's compartmentalized parts of our lives that don't have any integration. Consider the bigger picture, and I think Padram, when you hear him talk today from Shanghai, will tell you about the bigger picture and his plans for the future and what he's doing. I think our students do get that, and sometimes the bigger picture actually needs to be a bit narrower, and it's figuring out how to focus in and how to focus out, and relate learning opportunities to real-life dilemmas. I know in the business school I see a lot of this. I hear students talking about case studies, psychology, the same thing. Real-life problems, things that people can change, can be very motivating. And that can ground those philosophical conversations in the here and now. So I love philosophy. I actually studied comparative literature, and I would be one of those hairy-fairy sort of people out there talking about concepts. But one of the things I do now is relate those things back to my work life, and I think there's lots of things, if you're willing to take the time to, you can integrate in life in general. Okay. All right, sorry, this is the last one because it leads into what Jacqueline's going to talk about. To demonstrate and encourage leadership. And leadership's a tough word. I think students come to campus and often hear about opportunities to develop leadership skills, and they get a little bit lost in that. What does that mean? Does it mean I have to stand in front of an audience and talk? Does it mean that I have to run for an office in the student government? I think there are lots of opportunities to be a leader that don't require any of that sort of public presence. And I think that's where students often lose it a bit. They think, that's not for me, when it actually might be. So what can we do? Well, we can emulate the characteristics of a positive leader. And I think you do that in your work every day. And I hear about this happening in the classroom. I hear about this happening in the library, in research classes. Certainly hear about it happening in student affairs. They want you to be charismatic. They want you to have a passion for your subject. They want you to be able to talk about Mandarin because you love it, for example. But they're getting that at Richmond because they're seeing you out there talking about all of the subjects and the ideas that are important to you. You're motivated because it's your own interest. They're motivated because of your charisma. Fairness and respect and all of that, of course, are important parts of being a positive leader. Encouraging students to lead discussions, present ideas, and I have to say I see this a lot at Richmond. I saw some senior dissertations where people got up and spoke about business plans and other things that were really, really positive. And what we know from employers is that when students leave Richmond, one of the things that they say is Richmond students and graduates have fantastic communication skills, that they can present, that they can communicate well, that they are people that don't require a push and a shove. They can actually take part in things and are motivated to do this on their own. So congratulations to all of you for helping with that. And then also offer opportunities for students to develop. And you're going to see more and more of this as time goes on. Jacqueline has taken on a huge part of this in our first year seminar, first year experience. You'll see opportunities for work experience, internships, getting students involved in volunteering, all sorts of civic engagement outside of the university to bring people back in. And I think all of these are important aspects of engaging students outside of the classroom and some of the things that they're learning inside. I'm going to turn it over to Jacqueline to talk a little bit about what's happening at Richmond.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about what we're specifically doing within our department to engage students, and I'm going to focus in on the first year experience because that's really where most of my work is currently focused. But just to give you a little bit of a historical context, prior to the 1960s in the United States, it was quite, generally speaking, a sink or swim kind of attitude. So students needed to arrive on campus with the skills necessary to succeed, and they were the type of student who could really adapt and gain those skills quickly. And if not, they would struggle their whole way through or maybe end up dropping out. Post-1960s, then, we see a big change in the students who are coming onto campus. We have more economically disadvantaged students. We have a lot of ethnic minorities, and the problem here is that universities were not adapting their programs and their services to support this changing student population. But there's a lot of college or university student development theory happening in the 60s and 70s, and when we hit into the 80s, there's this big push for universities to reform what they're doing so that we can support this changing population of students. So what progress over the past few decades have we made? Well, again, as I mentioned, there's a huge expansion of research scholarship, so we don't need to flounder when we're wondering what can we do to support our students. So much of the information is out there. It's just taking the time to look at the studies that guide our practice. Faculty and student affairs are working more and more closely together. I think there's always been a bit of a divide, and we hope to close that gap because obviously what's happening for students inside of the classroom affects them outside and vice versa. It only makes sense that we begin collaborating more. And of course, there's more of an integration of technology helping us to engage the students, which of course there have been problems stemming from the use of technology, but overall it's really helped us to engage students. And then universities are trying to be more inclusive of the needs of the students, regardless of disabilities, of sex, nationality. We're trying to be more inclusive when it comes to our programming. But the challenges we still face, and of course these are not all of them, but just some of the main ones. First year academic success rates, and I'm speaking of higher education in the US, is generally still a bit too low. About 1 in 7 students will withdraw before they enter into their second year at university. And I don't know what some of the faculty here think would be interesting to hear your thoughts, but research has shown that students are saying university is far less challenging than the first year students expect when they come in. Which of course leads to absenteeism because they're bored, they're not showing up, and boredom then, like I said, leads to absenteeism, and then when they go to turn in work or to take a test, they don't have the knowledge to do that. That leads to cheating, which has become a really big issue in higher education as well. Building first-year programs that are responsive to today's increasingly diverse student bodies. So when we're building these first-year programs, like our first-year seminar, we have to keep in mind that one size does not fit all. We must keep in mind who our student population is, and that there's still a weak link between research and practice. And from other colleagues that I've spoken to, yes, the research is out there, but do we have the resources, do we have the time to look at all of this information and to take the time to revamp what we're doing? So it takes a lot of time, but it is possible. So what are our goals as a department for our first year students? Well, I'd like to, by the end of the first year, see that students' intellectual and academic competence has expanded. So the students have to have the intellectual skills to actually become an educated person. So they need to be able to, as Alison mentioned, think critically, problem solve, and reading and writing, which sounds so basic, but for so many of our students, English is their second, third, fourth language, and I know I've received many emails where students are barely stringing sentences together. So how can you really educate them if they don't have these academic skills or the intellectual competence to gain the academic skills? I want us to work at establishing and helping the students maintain interpersonal relationships. So many of them have left home for the first time. All these years, they've grown up with the same group of friends, family, and they come in and now they have to establish these support systems. And for many of them, suddenly learning about these other thoughts and these other ways of life, and people can think differently than my parents, that can be really unsettling too for students to see. And sometimes they begin questioning these past relationships. So we want to be there to support them through this. We want to support them as they explore their identity development, because identity confusion can often lead to dysfunction socially and academically. We want to help them achieve clarity about their career goals, which someone mentioned, or Alex mentioned earlier. Their parents might have always said, you're going to be the doctor in the family or the lawyer, and they've just repeated this because it just sounded good and everyone patted them on the back. But are these goals really achievable? So start working through that with them. We want to continue enhancing our students' multicultural awareness. So many of our students do come from very international backgrounds, and if they've done any research before they come to Richmond, they know that we are very diverse. But sometimes students really like the idea of that, but when they come onto campus and they have a roommate that looks different, smells different, talks different, it's not as easy as they had thought it was going to be, so they often struggle at this time. So we want to help them develop this tolerance for differences. And then lastly, one of our main goals is to develop this sense of civic responsibility for them to understand the importance of becoming responsible citizens in the community. And I just have this quote here that's, when a proper balance is maintained between challenge and support, students are positioned to succeed. There's a man who's a psychologist at Stanford who's no longer with us, but in the 60s he came up with this theory of challenge and support. And he said we have to have both at an equal balance in order for students to succeed. And I think when we're talking about student engagement, we talk so much about supporting the students, but too much support breeds apathy, because students, why really make an effort? Things will get done for me eventually. We need to also make sure that they have challenge which will push them. Okay, so more specifically, what is our department doing right now to engage students? The notes here. So we begin engaging students before they even arrive on campus. So the first year students this summer, we have a very specific communication plan in place. I'll be working with admissions to make sure we're streamlining and really know what the message we're each sending out to the new students. I'll have our peer mentors, which we have 10 of them we ended up with. They will be contacting the incoming students. They'll be starting conversations on Facebook. So students will get to know other students on campus before they even arrive. And then we're implementing our peer mentor program. And most basically, this is the combination of two roles that we've always had, the orientation leader role and the peer leader. What was happening with that is that orientation leaders would spend a week training with our RAs and RDs. They had quite intensive training. They would help us with orientation, and then we would never see them again. Then peer leaders came on the scene. They'd have some training, but not as much as the orientation leaders, and they'd work with our students for a whole semester. So it wasn't really making sense. So we've combined the roles. The peer mentors will be very visible resources on campus for our new students. So why is this so important? Well, of course, the research shows, and it's common sense as well, that Our peer mentors are of a similar age as our incoming students. They share similar life experiences, speak the same language, if you will. And research has shown that peer instruction and intervention increases student engagement, and that faculty and staff making connections with the students equals a more satisfying university experience. So we'll have the mentors helping the new students make these connections with faculty and staff. The degree of engagement equals the degree of educational and personal development. And we're also, as Allison mentioned, really going to be working with the first-year students as well as our peer mentors, having them take time to reflect, and which, again, then equals higher levels of engagement. So there'll be lots of reflection and introspection. Okay, so apart from the peer mentor program, we have our new student orientation. So this is the first time when the students come in and they see how staff and faculty, how the academic and the social side of the university connect. We have our first year seminar, and we hold lead seminars throughout the semester as well for students. Last year, for example, we did one on stress tolerance. We introduced students to what is emotional intelligence. We had CV writing workshops. And then this year, students who do the pilot FYS, they will be going out into the community and volunteering. And in September 2015, all of our new students will be required to volunteer. We have our clubs and societies, the student government. We offer opportunities for our students to peer tutor. I hold monthly leadership meetings for our club and society presidents. This year we focused on the 5 practices of exemplary leaders, and I challenged the club presidents to use these practices, and we then discussed how it worked, what went well, what didn't. We have extracurricular and co-curricular programming coming from our department, and faculty helps, of course, with these as well. And this helps, again, with clarifying career goals, multicultural awareness. Our department runs our awareness days and weeks, such as Sex Health Education Week. This helps with identity development, multicultural awareness. So a lot of things our department does. I think sometimes people on the outside say, oh, just throwing a pizza party, or, oh, what is this health week all about? And all of this it's all about helping develop our students, getting them through those levels of development. So there always is a method behind our madness. And lastly, our department is the biggest employer of students, and I know a lot of us have student workers helping us. Students, of course, they are economically a good source of help, but also our students then who are working for us, they're getting interview practice. We give them feedback on their CVs. We evaluate their performance throughout the year. We teach them office etiquette. And a lot of research is also showing that giving students responsibility is the most powerful teacher. So we shouldn't shy away from getting students to take more responsibility on campus and helping us run our departments. Okay, this is my last slide, so why should we care? Of course, as I was saying, our department cares because the whole point of the student affairs profession is to aid students in their development. That is why we care. The level of engagement equals the level of student development. And the one thing we haven't mentioned, if people don't care about students making their way, developing, retention, it's key, and none of us would be here without the students. So we want them to stay and connect with us. So that is my last slide. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, I think rather than have a discussion, we'll go ahead with John and Ed's presentation about active citizenship, really. But I think, while John is setting up, one of the real keys to this is the academics, the faculty also being aware of what's going on with student services. It's like these awareness days where one can say to the students, oh, did you see such and such, and try and connect it. Because I think this connectivity is one of the keys. I know that with the, we're in the process of redesigning the general education program, the Richmond core curriculum. And one of the main aspects that we've been concerned with from the very beginning is this idea of students making connections. of realizing that all of these different, whether it be different academic disciplines or the differences between, you know, their life versus the life in the classroom, that these aren't separate things, that they are highly connected. And I think, John, that leads on to your presentation.
All right. Now, I made copies of my slides. Unfortunately,
Great.
I didn't make enough. So very happy to send them to people, or I can email them.
That would be good, because we
Yeah,
will
we'll
post
post
these
them.
on the portal
We'll
for
post
the
them all
Senate.
online, so yeah,
We'll post it in. Thank you.
The other thing is that my slides do not sing and dance like I would say that my presentation is graphically challenged. The other thing is typically academic, I put way too many slides. And a lot of these slides just have references. So again, when you hopefully get a copy of it, hopefully some of the references will be useful to you. I want to start off with a book that caused a real stir in the United States. It's called Academically Adrift: Limited Learning on College Campuses by Richard Arrow and Joseph Roscoe. And what they argued, based on quite extensive research, was that standardized test administration students in the first semester and again at the end of the second year and then for the graduate, they revealed that a significant proportion of students demonstrate no significant improvement in a range of skills, including critical thinking, complex reasoning, and writing. And they argued that the net effect of higher education was minimal in terms of students' development, in terms of employability, in terms of their wider sense of responsibility, and actually in terms of a whole range of skill sets that you would expect a graduate of a university to have. So it's quite challenging. Alexander Aston, who's at UCLA, who's had a big research institute on higher education there, has challenged the research findings of it. So there's quite a lively debate, both on a methodological level and on a conceptual level. But it's still unsettling. The challenge is unsettling. You know, to what extent is the overall experience of the student in doing a degree at the institution going to enable them to develop as a learner and to develop as a person? And what is graduateness? What is it to be a graduate of not only your degree, but of Richmond University? So that's, you know, what I'm going to focus on today is something called service learning, primarily on something called service learning, which in effect, put simply, is learning through volunteering. Although I think it's a lot more than that. And I think it's something which I have a real passion for in terms of my own academic career. So I just want to begin with this quote by William Sullivan and Matthew Rosen in a book that's a favorite of mine, where they write that higher education contributes most to society and is most faithful to its own deepest purpose when it seeks to use its considerable intellectual and cultural resources to prepare students for lives of significance and responsibility. So the challenge is, to what extent do Richmond graduates, and are they prepared for lives of significance and responsibility? And what's interesting about this is, of course, they both did this research for the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, which is really the equivalent of the Higher Education Academy in the United States. It was the leading organization for research into and promotion of innovation of best practice in teaching and learning in the United States. The whole phenomena of interest in engaged learning began at research for the Carnegie Foundation. And don't forget, engaged learning has a sort of almost a dual meaning. It means engaged or active learning in the classroom, as well as engaged learning activities in the co-curricular and extracurricular activities of the students. So student engagement is seen both within the classroom and also, in a sense, in the wider university community. And it's that wider university community that I'm going to be interested in here. I think what's also interesting is that service learning is a form of experiential learning. I mean, fundamentally, it's about learning through experience. And there's a whole research literature about, you know, how do you best organize service learning outcomes, and how can you measure learning outcomes depending on how you organize the experiential learning experience. There's also a tremendous amount of literature on internships, experiential learning of internships. And of course, one of the things they argue that unless internships are integrated into the academic program, right? So it's actually linked to the academic major that you're doing. It often has less of an impact on the student's learning if it's just seen as an extra that they do on the side. They do an internship. But if it's seen as linked to the academic program, then it's seen as kind of more valuable. There's tremendous literature on internships, experiential learning, as well as service learning. What's fascinating about this area is there's also a great deal of research on the learning outcomes of service learning, including longitudinal research. There's a friend of mine, Dwight Giles from Janet Island, produced a book called Where's the Learning in Service Learning in 1999, but they've updated it. It was based on longitudinal research over 10 years with 4,000 students. Something like about 20 universities and colleges in the US. They followed these students 10 years, so beyond graduation, into their initial period of employability and life. And they tried to assess what are the overall outcomes of service learning on students. Do they volunteer more? Does it help in terms of employability? To what extent does it develop a wider sense of social responsibility? I mean, the overall evidence is that it is positive, although you've got to be careful about the claims. Sometimes the claims are overstated in service learning. Another area of research is called the institutionalization. How do you institutionalize service learning? How do you embed it in an institution? Again, a friend of mine, Andy Furco, who's vice president at the University of Minnesota in Indianapolis. It's a leading research university at the University of Minnesota. But that's another divide in the States. The research universities as compared to the teaching universities. Teaching universities, service learning is well established. It becomes less influential in some of the research universities because academic departments say, well, we're interested in research, we're not interested in undergraduate education. I should say that I started my career at a very well-known research institution in this country, which specializes in the social sciences, where I was told by the then director, an anglicized German, dear boy, just get on with your research and don't worry about what the students learn. He says, the only reward for good teaching is in heaven. So I was firmly put in my place. But there's a whole debate about institutionalization of learning. And then finally, again, increasing amount of research into service learning as study abroad. And that is the extent to which you engage in service learning internationally. To what extent does it develop intercultural learning, global citizenship, etc. So there are all of these areas I could spend at least an hour on, which I won't. But they're all interesting and they're all backed by research. These are academic areas of research as well. Okay, so volunteering, which is at the heart of service learning, is something which has become increasingly embedded within universities in this country and the United States and elsewhere. All right? In this country, it began with the Higher Education Active Community Fund, which is around 2005, when some of us convinced David Blunkett, who was then Secretary of State for Education, then Secretary of the Home Office, to fund this activity. And each university would give anywhere between 700,000 to 1.8 million pounds to embed student volunteering. And so you will now find in most institutions various volunteer programs, either linked to career services, student volunteer centers, student affairs, etc. So this has become a key feature of higher education in this country and the United States, and I would argue internationally. And George and I are working with Tsinghua University in China, in Beijing. It's a leading university where they have a quite impressive volunteer program. And the good news is that it's been opened up to our students, and I hope we'll get at least one or two of our students to actually go there and actually do that. We got one, good. Tsinghua is the Yale of China. It's a very elite institution. It's a great program. But we're also working with Tsinghua to set up a conference, bringing together British, American, and Chinese academics to talk about student volunteering across the two cultures. Anyway, I won't go into all of the details, but fine. I mean, if you look at this, you can see that 83% feel volunteering increases employment skills, 1% said that volunteering helps them secure employment, 67% say volunteers said increase their willingness to volunteer in the future, 52% of alumni and volunteering students are encouraged for volunteering. One of the problems with volunteering, however, is too often students put it on their CV. I volunteer. But Carl Gilead, who's the head of the Association of Graduate Recruiters in this country, said the problem with that is it's just a tick box. I volunteer. But when they go for the job interview, and the employer says, well, what did you learn as a result of that experience? But how did it develop you as somebody I want to employ? What skill sets, etc.? Students are surprisingly inarticulate quite often about that. So unless the volunteer experience is structured with reflective learning and a learning outcome, it really has limited value to the student. And it's about the ability of the student to be articulate about that experience in the geography. There's some interesting work by Georgina Brewis and others, which was done for, I should add, for the National Center for Public Engagement. In this country, the leading organization promoting service learning and indeed civic engagement in higher education is now called the National Center for Public Engagement. It's funded by HEFCE, the Higher Education Funding Council for England. It's funded actually by all the major funding councils, but actually it's also funded by the research councils, ESRC, AHRC, etc., because they want to develop civic engagement in the graduate research training of students about how students need to be aware of the social implications of their research as well. Now, service learning, as I said, is it's learning through volunteering civic engagement. By the way, I think if we're going to require students to do something, we should probably call it civic engagement. Because some people might argue, if you're told to do something, it's not volunteering, or if you're required to do something. Anyway, minor point. British academics get very upset by that. I went to a conference where people got really angry because they called something referred to required volunteering, and that really upset quite a few similar colleagues. Exactly. Yeah. Now, the thing about service learning, or learning through volunteering, is that it is a structured learning experience with measured learning outcomes. You do not learn simply through the activity of volunteering. You do learn through the activity of volunteering. But there's no way of measuring it, no way, but more importantly, there's no way for the student to really understand what the learning for themselves was. And therefore, underlying service learning, and I say learning outcomes, we're talking about critical thinking, we're talking about what some people call public problem solving. People at the University of Denver are very keen on that. Team working, models of collaborative leadership, communication skills, but actually most importantly, or as importantly, what I call listening skills. Students, with so much emphasis on communication, the ability to speak and communicate, but we spend a lot less time on the challenge of what it is to listen. Listening is hard. Genuinely, hearing is fine. You hear people, but actually listening, that's about dialogue, that's about understanding, and that's hard. I've actually written on, published on articles on civic listening. You know, the ability of people in local communities to actually listen to each other, the real challenge of that. Okay, so there's a whole set of learning outcomes that are measurable, I would argue, through service learning. But at the heart of it is experiential learning. And here and David Kolb is perhaps the leading theorist of service learning, more recently David Bow, who's an Australian academic. Most of the literature on internships and work-based learning influenced by David Bow. And it's a real impact on the development of work-based learning in the UK and the US. But I think it is that ability to engage in reflection, on critical reflection, on the learning experience of volunteering, that ultimately is the key to the outcome of increasing the learning of the student. Okay? Critical reflection is hard. To most students, when they write a critical log or reflective journal, simply describe what they've done. I did the following things. But it's a lot harder to say, and I learned this, or I don't know a lot of things about this. I really need to learn more about this. Right? There's a set of social problems I'm experiencing. I'm working in an inner city school, mentor, in Holland Park School, which sounds posh because kids that really need mentoring there. So I'm doing something that's outside my comfort zone, and there are things that I don't know that I really need to know. Right? Or perhaps even more important, the things about myself I've discovered that I didn't know. And I really need to know more about that. I really need to start reflecting about why do I fear? Why am I fearful in this sort of social situation? What do I need to do to be more comfortable in this situation? How do I develop my confidence? There's a whole series of examples of how training students, enabling, challenging students to engage in critical reflection is very hard, but is very rewarding for the student. And really does, we actually look at most of the outcomes of longitudinal impacts of service learning. This is the key. It's the ability to engage in critical reflection. is the key to that. As I said, more recently, there's been an increasing emphasis, particularly among social scientists, about learning through community partnerships and public problem solving. It's interesting, when service learning began, I remember going to conferences in the States in the 70s. It grew out of internships. A lot of 60s radicals were involved in the development of service learning in the US. And the original view was, in working with the community, that it was an unequal partnership. Universities are far more wealthy and well established than some community partners they're working with. So at least you don't do any damage to the university. It was an unequal partnership, you don't need damage. More recently, I think people say, no, you've got to work with some sense of at least equity. It's always unequal. Students will get a lot more out of the experience than the community organization that's hosting them. But at least there should be some equity in the relationship between the university, the students, and the community partner. So as I said, the emphasis increasingly is on learning for key skills, for employability, and also active citizenship. What was also interesting is that there is research showed that if it's integrated into an academic program, it actually increases their performance in their major. The students that do this, and it's linked to their academic program that they're doing, when they do subsequent courses, they actually have an improved academic performance because they're engaged. They now see the relevance, perhaps, of what they're doing. This is not always the case, of course, but there does seem to be some evidence that this does that. Okay, now, just to give some examples of volunteering for skills for employability, one of the models is York University. They have the York Awards, where they certificate the volunteering. This is done through the Career Service and the Student Affairs Department, and they provide certification for it. So this is, there is evidence. Of course, probably don't know if you know, but we will need to subscribe to what's called the Higher Education Records of Achievement. It's a group by Sir Bob Burgess, who's now recently departing Vice Chancellor at Leicester University. All of our students will be required to provide higher education records of achievement for our students. This is more than transcripts. This is also evidence of what the student has done at university, including evidence of volunteering, student leadership, et cetera, et cetera. And we will need to certificate that in some way. More and more universities in this country, most universities in the States, but certainly increasingly in this country, have leadership programs. Perhaps one of the more developed ones, best known ones, is the University of Manchester Leadership Program. They developed that program because, interestingly enough, the University of Manchester was losing large numbers of first and second year students. And there was a select committee on retention. And I remember one of the MPs said, it's shocking that all these straight A and AB students are leaving Manchester University. Why? Well, because when you ask students, it was a totally anonymous experience. You're in a research university where the emphasis is on research, and you have first year classes of 40 to 100, and you talk about PhD students in the first 2 years. You live in host residences which are miles away, etc. It's a very anonymous experience. So the university, partly in response to that, has developed its university leadership programs, a way of engaging students. So it is partly, yes, about the development of students, but it is also about retention. I think what's also interesting is that more and more universities are developing international service learning. We hope that Tsinghua is one example of this. I would like at some point to work with Stellenbosch University in South Africa. They've got an outstanding service learning program. And some of the American partners that our students will be able to go to American studies elsewhere also run service learning programs, so they should be able to do that in the United States. Anyway, I'm not going to go through this. Service learning is big business in the United States. Every university offers service learning. Probably most, if not all, universities have centers for service learning. Some are extremely well endowed. The main organization supporting this is Campus Compact, which is the main organization that it's meant to be a network of university presidents, but really it's about committed academics who support service learning. And these are just some of the key references, including this academic journal, Michigan Journal of Community Service Learning, a 4-star academic journal which publishes research findings on service learning. Really impressive, across a range of disciplines. There are international networks, again, simply make the point that service learning is offered in universities in over now 100 countries. And I was involved with the Open Society Foundation, which was funding us for this. We set up service learning in Eastern and Central Europe, including the Baltic states, so it's quite remarkable. The one place where you don't find service learning, curiously enough, is in Western Europe. The French and Italian and the Spanish universities are changing now, and our universities have resisted this. German universities recently have really started developing service learning over the last 5 years. But it's interesting, it hasn't quite caught on into also Western Europe. But certainly elsewhere, including quite remarkable national networks in Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. They have big national networks that support service learning. In this country, we have the Beacons for Public Engagement, which is the UK network which supports this, which is not only about undergraduate teaching, but it's also about how to do research. And in what way do you have a responsibility not only for disseminating knowledge to the community, but also perhaps engaging the community in certain types of research, and what's the best practice for doing that. Okay, so it's about, has anybody ever heard the work of Ernest Boyer, who actually founded the Carnegie Foundation for Teaching Learning? He wrote a very powerful book called The Scholarship of Engagement. In fact, the whole terminology of engagement actually began with Ernest Boyer in the 60s, where he actually began to talk about the perhaps increasing overemphasis of research on American universities, and the need to think again about how we engage students in learning. I'm going to skip through some of these. I've already mentioned the research on institutionalizing service learning. All right, what about Richmond University? One of the fascinating things about London, of course, is, and about Richmond, is, I mean, I say this when I speak to some of my colleagues. First of all, as you know, when I got this job, I got an email from a colleague of mine in Beijing who said, "Well done, John, you're going to really enjoy Richmond, Virginia." I said, "No, I'm moving to West London." And then the response of my colleagues at my previous institution said, "But these universities in all these posh neighborhoods, Richmond, Kensington, and Chelsea." And I did point out to them, of course, if you've lived in London, and I've lived 40 years in London, you know, I mean, where my kids grew up in Camden Town, you've got £1 million homes right next to council housing estates. And that's what's fascinating about London, is this almost juxtaposition of, not innovation, juxtaposition of wealth and poverty in London. And you have that here in Richmond, to a lesser extent, but you certainly have it in Chelsea. And I think there are real opportunities for students to engage in meaningful volunteering, including secondary schools, where with students really do need mentoring and support as well. I think that, working with Alison and colleagues, I think we are now developing volunteer opportunities for our students. I think the opportunity for students to engage in mentoring in schools. We have the University Leadership Program, which I think is excellent. We now have a service learning module, finally, a 3-credit course.
Starting in fall?
Starting in the fall, which will provide our students the opportunity to do a 3-credit. I would prefer this to have been a 9-credit course. Then again, I'd like our internships to be 9-credit courses. In fact, I'd like our internships to be either 9 or 15-credit courses. Which you can do at Warwick University, you can do at Manchester University, but somehow the OU says you can't do it, so I don't understand this. But anyway, once we get teed up, we'll solve that out. But at least we have a service learning course, and I think we now have the opportunity through Tsinghua, but elsewhere, I hope, through our American Study Abroad partners and elsewhere, to do service learning abroad. Simply, the term citizenship. I mean, one of the outcomes of service learning is about personal development, about learning outcomes, yes, but also it's about developing a sense of social responsibility. So one meaning of the word citizenship is about how do you enable students through volunteering and or service learning to develop a sense of social responsibility. But I would argue that citizenship also has a small p political dimension as well. There are some service learning programs that also challenge students to begin to act politically. Now, by act politically, it means about learning how to address social issues and take small p political action, how to campaign, how to organize. A lot of students, particularly interested in various social movements, global action campaigns, working for NGOs. Seems to me that over time, I would like our service learning courses to have more of a political edge. Right? I think to begin with, we'll do more conventional volunteering work. We'll emphasize the social responsibility side of citizenship, but over time, I think that we hopefully will be able to provide opportunities for students, perhaps linked to NGOs that are more of a campaigning nature type of program. And more of our students are interested in careers in NGOs as well, so I think this would be an advantage to them. Again, as you can see, an enormous amount of literature on this. And then, in the UK context, just to say that I edited a special edition of the British Journal of Education Studies in 2010. By the way, my publishing career more or less stopped after 2011, I don't know why. But in 2010, and where we had colleagues from this country, America, South Africa, elsewhere, talking about this issue of civic engagement, service learning, not just as volunteering for doing good, but service learning is some way being somewhat small p political as well. So what do I mean by global citizenship? I think that this is a term that Philippines hates. He does not believe, and I have some sympathy for his point of view, that there is such a thing as a global citizen, or citizen of the world. I would argue that really what you want is an active citizen who can take action concerning global issues, but that's very long-winded. So you need a simpler term. So I'm very happy to use the term. You see, that's why I'm not a provost. You see, I'm very happy to use a simpler term like global citizenship. But I do think that what's fascinating, of course, is that compared to many English universities, where 70-80% of students are British, and then maybe 20% are international students, in many cases over there, right? We're a very different type of institution. We are very much a global institution. We are very much an institution where, and we will remain an institution where at least 60% of our students are international. And over time, as we get more British students, we hope to have even more British students next year, but they will still remain a minority of the student body, right? And I think that's one of the distinctive features of this university. But I think that the whole idea of service learning is, I hope that we'll be able to develop in such a way that it's not just about learning to be an active citizen here in the UK, but also to be able to think about it more internationally and to provide opportunities. We've had student groups, student societies. I know there were students who did work in Africa, did some really good work in Africa. I think this, again, working with student affairs, I think there are ways in which we can think about projects abroad for our students that will enable them to develop this, as well as through exchange programs with international universities to provide service learning opportunities abroad. So, on one hand, yes, global citizenship is something that does prepare the students for the global labor market. One of the things we know that employers like about our students is that they are international. They want people who have that international awareness and that cosmopolitanism, which is Alex's favorite phrase, and the phrase I think really does capture. Sorry to make you up, Alex. Which I think does capture, to me, cosmopolitan is a really good word. David Cunningham says, oh, it's way too fancy to use marketing, but nevertheless, I think it does capture this university. I think that global citizenship is also an ethical awareness of some sort of, it's interesting, the Chinese don't have a concept of citizenship, but they do have a concept of the equivalent of like a universal humanity. And quite often we actually look at this in an intercultural context. Citizenship is a very Western concept. And so it's quite often for many people, it's seen in terms of this, it's very Confucian, this idea of this higher ethical awareness for others. I think also, the extent to which we do provide global citizenship, it will be about intercultural citizenship. Of course, interesting thing about London is you don't actually have to go abroad to develop intercultural citizenship. It's such as the diverse nature of our communities. I'm impressed by, at UCLA, all their students who are learning modern language, Spanish, work in Hispanic communities in Los Angeles, because they don't need to go to Mexico or Central America. They can just go outside the comfort zone of the very beautiful UCLA campus and go into some of the neighborhoods of Los Angeles to use their Spanish and to really learn what it is to use the language. So I think intercultural awareness and understanding is really important. And as I say, it's about active citizenship in a global civil society. So, and that would satisfy Phil. Phil would be happy with active citizenship in a global civil society. But as I say, you've got to have a buzzword, so we go for global citizenship. And as I say, there's a lot of work done recently at NAFSA as well on international service learning. We're about to end. Yep. And and just to say that NAFSA is a big conference to study abroad. We're hoping, we're now introducing service learning to study abroad students. We hope that also this is part of a growing interest for American universities, but also other universities, to send their students abroad to engage in the service abroad. Finish, which is one of my favorite quotes by Chris Dukes. He says, "What needs to happen to empower the student to feel and be an active part of his or her society? What need you to learn must you be able to do and feel?" Really important, do and feel, to contribute to societal learning. What are the skills of civic and political participation? Where do they appear in the curriculum of higher education? It will be necessary to keep asking these questions to stay relevant and effective lifelong curriculum. Well, I think, in any journey, you have to start somewhere. Well, I think we at Richmond University are at the beginning of this journey. I think student affairs have done some really excellent work to help us get there. I think the important thing now is also integrating it into the curriculum. This is not just the first year curriculum, but also into the majors as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's carry on with Julia and Richard setting up. Thanks. It brought up a lot of really interesting points. I think it reminded me about the IFSP, the old International Field Study Project that we used to have, which was absolutely that. It was a 5-week summer school abroad, which I think the students benefited so much from. The students all said that it changed their lives, basically, and when you have that sort of comment going on, and I think it would be really a positive thing if we could somehow reintroduce that sort of experience for the students. The other thing that made me think of is, George, in relationship to the students who study languages, and Lizzie, in relationship to the new first-year program that we're designing, to somehow, if we can get that volunteering aspect linked, if we have students who simultaneously are studying a particular language, that might be an interesting aspect to look at. Because we hadn't really been thinking from that viewpoint. We thought about it from a major viewpoint as a possible connection. But I think that's another one to keep in mind. That's a very useful set of references that you provided. So we'll post that on the portal. Thank you very much. Do you need a chair?
Is the stronger said, as we said, I hope the reason for the title is clear. Can I just start by saying how this came about, how the whole thing came about, was a series of conversations with students who've been in ARW all my life, especially Richard. And predominantly also another student called Sally Beston, some of you might know her.
She's in New York, so for me it was just tricky.
Having said that, we're not going to claim to be typical of anybody, and we're not trying to be spokespeople. The focus is a bit tricky because I really wanted to get it away from ARW and all those concerns, but of course I teach that, I'm in there, So I'm constantly referring to it, hence this little handout you've got, which kind of gives an outline of what 4195 does, plus some references. But what we wanted to do, and what I was trying to do with Richard and Sally and other students, was to get at something about the experience of undergraduates in dealing with new academic discourses. Because, of course, writing, research are absolutely essential to the university experience. This is what you do. This is how you're judged, how you're assessed, how you express yourself. So it is absolutely essential, and yet very often very invisible. So what we did was a series of conversations and some recording. I took about hours of Richard's time.
Hours of your own.
And Sally's time. I'm very, very grateful. And what we were doing was reflecting on our own experiences, of course, which is quite difficult because you point out.
Because you're going through it as you're trying to reflect back on it. So you're trying to talk about, this is my experience and Sally's experience. We're trying to talk about how it should have been done when it was still being done. So you're still in the process of it, but trying to talk about it as a, in a historical sort of sense.
So anything obviously we come up with is going to be approximate, but at the same time, our aim is to get towards a sort of a richer, more informed picture of what's happening. And one of my questions will, how does this match up what Richard and Sally are saying to the theory, to the literature, or how does it not match up? And in fact, I kind of gave Richard a load of reading, and he staggered out of my office one day, weighed down with various articles, which were very interesting.
Yeah, they're very interesting.
And ultimately, of course, the question is how can we support what can be done to support students and enrich the whole experience?
Enrich being kind of more of a key word than support, because I think for researching, it is more about enriching yourself intellectually as opposed to doing it because you have to. There's no point doing something because you have to. You do it because you want to, you feel you need to, for your own personal reasons. And that again comes into motivation, like what you were saying.
Okay, so the sort of transitions we're talking about, well, we all know that, from school to first year university, from first year to second year, etc., there's an onward process of transition. Ken Highland calls them new roles, new identities, new ways of knowing, and Noel Fitch talks about new knowledge communities. So students are entering new knowledge communities. So hence our practice on these academic literacy practices. And as Michael, one of my 495 students said, of course, it's completely different from anything I did at school. And I think that this is not a question of ability at all. Everybody, 5 A-star A levels, etc. You go through a process of adjustment with a new culture of learning, and there can be bewilderment and confusion. There can also possibly be, at the end of it, failure. The discourse, I think the assumptions about this are, well, you can't cope, well, you're deficient, the deficiency model, or, hello, you can't cope with this, shouldn't you learn that in school? And I think those are the assumptions that are taken and thought out loud. And of course, the old standards of falling discourse, so beloved of the press. Of course, we all know that students are endlessly texting on their phones, so of course, academic standards are falling because they don't read anymore, do they?
No comment.
Okay. So, as Richard said, I said, what's new about being at university? I thought that was the most wonderful thing to say. Sums it up. It's not content, it's the doing of it.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's not what you learn, it's the fact that you are making a conscious effort to learn. Like for certain papers I've done, it was a paper on conspiracy theories, and I just wanted to skim it, and then I just wanted to do more and keep going with it, and all sorts. It's great, and I was saying to Julia, it's great coffee table talk, when your parents' friends around and you can impress them with your talking about the world economy and how economic growth and world population is going to crash in one day, and they all leave very happy, thinking they've got this great bright sun.
One of the selling points of 4195. Okay, so yes, I thought basically what's new, it comes down to new ways of knowing, doing, saying, being, and looking. Okay, knowing. Well, I think there's a huge shift that has to take place in students' ways of thinking, that knowledge is not unitary, given, authoritative. Oh, it's contested, different people know different things. Intertext citations and referencing all that, it's a way of representing that. It's not a skill in itself, it's a way of representing a view of knowledge. And it's called in the literature the epistemological shift. It's away from knowledge as telling to knowledge as transforming and multiple and much more complex. Leon Street wrote this fantastic article in 1998, one of the most cited articles in history, I think it's in Studies of Higher Education. And they were the first ones really to locate the problems of new students at the epistemological, not the linguistic level. And through the work of the Academic Literacies Group, they've led us to new understandings of that. Wingate says that study skills, what are normally called study skills, are in fact really complicated and profound epistemological reorientations. So I think that's central to the student experience.
Yeah, it's important to, like Wingate says, as well as some of the other articles, the study skills are a lot of the time they need to be integrated into the subject so that the students themselves will, make that connection in their mind to, oh, this is how I'm supposed to do this. Because there's no point learning something if you don't integrate it within the subject material. They need to, because then the subject material is just some words in their head, they don't understand it, they need a deep understanding, which will come through in their work entirely. It will enrich them as well with their knowledge. So it needs to be integrated into the learning itself as opposed to just being a separate subject.
Doing, new ways of doing. Well, different ways of learning. Students tend to be more independent, give them more independence at university. That be isolation. Things like, how do you select from your reading list? How do you make notes? How do you assemble your reading? How do you collate them? Different ways of saying, new literacy practices. The discursal and communicative practices of each discipline are to some extent quite distinct, but also the communicative practices of a university are different from those of a school. And often these are just framed as being common sense. They're not articulated. There's a famous quote by Bartholomew who said, every time someone writes, they imagine university. You have to, as a newcomer, get into these communities, communicate in the same way that they're communicating, but you don't know how. Highland has done a lot of analysis of academic discourse, and he says, among many other things, students have to be, well, these things, making more circumspect about making claims, explicit about connections, the purpose and structures of the text, and much more, and be responsible for to a higher degree of clarity and coherence. New ways of being, possibilities of participation, an appetite for reading.
An appetite for reading. So you can't even begin to explain how important it is. Like, you can read anything and you'll get something from it, bar the Daily Mail possibly. But really, anything, you can go onto any sort of journal database and pick up anything, and it will lead to something else. You can go to a Wikipedia entry and go to the links and click on one of the links, and it will lead you to this, which will lead you to that, which you can read more into, and it will increase your vocabulary, and it will just make you want to do more. Like the more you do, the more you want to do, and the less you do, the less you want to do.
So there are identity shifts involved.
There are real identity shifts.
Yeah.
You kind of realise that that's what you want to do.
I think it's this quote by Coogan and Hardy point to it. The active enterprise of production, the production of knowledge, the production of the self, and you can be transformed by your new knowledge. Okay. What's new? New ways of looking. The critical stance. How are you critical about sources? How can you be objective about them? How can you evaluate them? How can you make connections between different sources? And I think that involves a whole different kind of positioning of yourself as a reader towards the text. And that's quite a sort of a profound difference there.
And with this whole looking and critical reading, the critical stance that we talk about, it makes you sort of realise where you are in terms, which sounds very out there, but it kind of, like I thought, I'll use myself again, as I'd write a paper and I'd try and take an economic stance on it, thinking, oh, I'm doing business, I'm doing a lot of business classes, I try and fit this in, and realise that that's not at all what I was going for. I found myself constantly gravitating towards the people side of it, towards the social side, towards how it affects people and how it affects the world in that sense. So in that, kind of find yourself, if you know what I mean, if that makes sense. But that's, and from that you can read more and look more into social sciences.
We wanted to look at what happens, what actually happens. And we looked at various things that students have to do, which are very new, like reading. Reading is a very, very different experience at university from secondary school. And both you and Sally talked about your initial reluctance to do the signed reading, and then realising how incredibly central, it is.
Yeah. The 2-page reading list on the course outlines are quite daunting. And then, but I've still got my textbooks on the shelf, still got my ethics textbook on the bookshelf at home. So look at that. Even though when I was writing a paper on ethics, it was the last thing I wanted to read. But I still, look at that. But you do realise how important it is, which is good that, there's no downside to it.
In the interest of maintaining some sort of gender stereotypes, Sally's focusing on doing it. And what they've said, and they both agree, and yes, so these are some of the comments that they came up with, which I think are very interesting. And Sally was very interested and very sensitive to the idea of different discipline genres, how different disciplines she said, speak differently, which is fantastic. And you said how reading different texts on a topic is actually much more difficult. She talked about strategies for reading, she really needed them. And we both talked about how finding sources is a whole different world.
You've never done it before, though. It's because you've never done it before.
Yeah. And it's a very different sort of process. And reading is like it's Sally talked a lot about notes and her anxiety about notes. Now she's a good note taker. She's very, very organised. But she was always felt sort of insecure. Have I really understood it? Have I really interpreted this text well? Have I got what I need? And Wingate, in fact, Ursula Wingate says that actually making notes is not some mechanical skill, it's really a type of critical thinking, because it really involves some very close analysis, selecting, evaluating, prioritising. I always think of notes as being a very creative act, a very difficult act as well. Good notes, anyway. Daphne Boulay looked at why students don't cope with academic reading. She was at Sussex, did a project at Sussex. And she said, basically, they don't get enough out of reading necessarily because they don't necessarily see the argument, they don't read critically, because they don't know what an argument is or how it can be structured. They don't necessarily read critically. Reading is a very, very different process at university from what it is at school. We talked a lot about that. To go on to the other things that students have to do, is planning, assembly, organising, research. Obviously, the process of writing in the university is much more complex. Both of you pointed that out, that what we do is more involved and complicated. You said there's less writing than at school, but actually it's
yeah, there's more structure to it. Like I said, there's more an argument. There are a few papers, it's less write this and more think about this, which is harder to do. And very challenging for some people.
For most people,
yeah, of course.
You also said reading your own opinion in with others was part of which you've never done. Yeah. And Sally talked a lot about needing to do the planning process and thinking things out, which she's never done before. So again, this is new. The nature of writing is different. The nature of argument is really different. I mean, how many times have I heard from different faculty, students can't do argument? And again, another complaint, the presentation, the supportive argument, they can't do it, etc. And you said, well, actually, the process is very, very different.
Very different, yeah. It's just write this.
Yeah.
Write this and keep writing about it, and write a bit more about it, and then some more about it, and at the end you end up having just what you know on a piece of paper, as opposed to having learned something in the process.
Argument involves selection, design, criticality, definitely process approach. You need a research question, a tentative thesis, all these things. It's a complex process. It's recursive, it goes backwards and forwards, and as Richard said.
Yeah, it's more difficult, but more rewarding to design an argument, to come up with your own thesis, to come up with your own idea, which again goes into the weaving your idea with other people, which then goes back to finding out what your viewpoint is on it. Because by reading other people, then you find out what you think about what they've said. So then you find out what you think yourself. So you come up with your own argument, which is quite clear.
But I've often found that actually students are quite reluctant. They don't feel right. They've got the right to come up with an argument, with a viewpoint, and that's all to do with identity and how you position yourself in relation to the other texts, in relation to the other writers. Because after all, they're published.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then they're worried, are they right or wrong? Because all through school they've either been right or they've been wrong. So when it comes with an argument, the whole point of it is there's two sides, which aren't necessarily right and wrong. They're just two different opinions. Viewpoints.
Language, yes. Sally said that she's talked a lot about language and how to change. And she said she was more precise. Richard, you said something similar. You've got that about it.
My vocabulary wasn't richer and wilder though. It was just a sentence.
There's a lot in the literature about language in academic discourse and students' use of language. And, Joan Turner, sorry, someone in the future talks about the materiality of language, about it being constitutive of meaning rather than just instrumental, a creator of meaning rather than a retainer. And she talks about how academic literacies programs and inter-academic purposes should actually be foregrounding language far more than they're doing now. This is something I'm really thinking about a lot, because, as she says, how something is expressed often determines the meaning. And manipulation of language really demonstrates, is your way of demonstrating understanding and engagement. And we talked quite a lot. I had lots of conversations with students about how when you try and put ideas into words, and sometimes the words can change the ideas and they kind of run away in an unexpected direction. So there's a sort of an interplay between language and meaning, which is very important, and I think has been downplayed quite a lot. And also, language, of course, is a way that you mark your membership of a community. By using the same language as the community, you're saying, I'm part of you. And being part of a community, the psychology community, the history community, whatever, we also have responsibilities. And I see that as where editing comes in. As writers, we have a responsibility to edit and format, to present our work in a way that is acceptable and meaningful for the rest of the community. And that's how I frame those things. Referencing goes along with that, actually. Finding a voice, language, yes. This is something that faculty have been using, this phrase a lot. How can students learn to adopt the right degree of formality or informality, the right register, while still being themselves and not losing themselves in languages isn't their own?
What was it? It was, I think it was Turner who said that a lot of the time students will just try and replicate what they've read. So they'll read an article and they will think, oh, this is how this person's written it. Or I've got 5 academic articles in front of me, all from, say, scientific journals. I need to write like this person, whereas that's not, could be further from the truth. You write it yourself, just using the other person. So it is about your own voice, definitely your own voice.
It's an interesting.
But it's hard, of course, when they come into a completely new community and they don't have their own voice yet. It is finding it.
That's certainly something a lot of faculty have picked up in conversations. Okay, so what can help? Well, I'm sorry, I have to return to 4195 because, that's about sort of most of my professional life, so sorry about that. I think certainly an explicit examination and analysis of what's involved in this transition must help. The meta-learning has to. And Sabrina, she said, well, having that course kind of accelerates things. Yes, you get there in the end, she said, but maybe it just accelerates it. How to integrate into a community in the country. You've got to talk about it. And how do you do that? Well, you observe the community, you observe the culture, you analyse what's going on, and then you imitate it. Or, you take part in it in some meaningful way, we hope. So, space and time for reflection. I think this quote should be the kind of motto of the ALP programme. In fact, when I found it, I was so excited. I ran down to Mary's office with this. I think what we need to do is to offer spaces and opportunities to students to enter into respectful, compassionate, and supportive dialogues with others about their writing and research. And I think that should be our motto. Understanding these terms, argument and structure, are difficult. Dennis and Turner say that there's a culture of transparency operating in most universities. Everyone assumes you say to a student, work on structure. They know what it means. No, not necessarily at all. So we do have to unpack them. A lovely illustration of this. Christian bounced into my office one day and he said, so-and-so told me, you know, I'm getting A's now, not B's. He told me to work on argument structure. Now I'm doing all this stuff, you know, and we kind of looked at each other and said, yeah, oh yeah, I did that in 1995, didn't I? Okay, so 2 years later, right, I'm kind of getting it, putting it into practice. Okay, so I rather kind of gently said, oh, so you did you remind me, didn't you? So, there's no point in just having an isolated course in those things, in academic literacies, whatever, if it's going to be isolated. Explicitness. Sally says, tell us what you want. Show us what you want. And what can help, I think this last one, a visible interchange. However the ALP courses turn out, some sort of visible way of situating themselves with other disciplines and other colleagues. So students are seeing the importance of what the aspects of entering this new culture are from different points of view. And I think that would just make it so much stronger and so much better. Okay, thanks very much. Sorry about the low tech.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe David, while you were saying, I just wanted to ask you something with this. What is it? One of the comments you made was that you hadn't done this before. Okay, so can you identify almost the moment or the trigger, let's say, that made you, yeah, I'm going to do this?
It was actually, it's funny you should mention, because I was thinking the exact same thing when Alison and Jacqueline were talking earlier about your teachers telling you about their research. Because when Julia started telling me about her research, I thought, oh, she's working outside of what she needs to as a teacher. I'm going to work outside what I need to as a student. I'm going to do my own work as well. I'm going to look deeper into subjects.
Right. And it's,
so it's all about the motivation.
It just paid off because it's infiltrating.
It completely expands your mind. It's fantastic.
Right.
It's great to know, but it's so nice to know stuff.
Right.
But like I said, the more you know, the more you realise that you don't know anything. Right. So you just need to keep working at it.
And do you, in fact, engage in conversations about that transformation with other students? Or is that...
I've been known to. Yeah, a couple. You talk to a couple. Like I know Jordan and Sierra. They're like, they're smart guys. They know what's up. So it's good to talk like with people who would appreciate the fact that you're making the extra effort, because you know that they'll be making the extra effort as well. They'll be going above and beyond.
Right. Because I would have thought that must be one of the keys, is that the students themselves interact. And when a student realizes how much, for example, another student is getting out of such and such a course, and the way it then applies to other courses and to your life in terms of thinking abilities, etc., and structuring and such.
Yeah. And part of motivation is seeing your peers do it and thinking, well, if they're doing it, why can't I do it? Like they're doing it.
Actually, one of the things we didn't get time to talk about was setting up reading groups, which was an idea we talked about, which is precisely that. Right. Creating a peer group where people are reading in a particular way.
Because you'll be surrounded by other people that you've got common ground with who will be working towards the same thing.
Right. Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to resume. Dr. David Mooney is going to speak with us about student engagement and relationship to mathematics.
Thank you, Mary. Now, Sometimes this year I went to my class on part of mathematics, and I looked at the students. I told them that you look very loud. You love mathematics until the rubber hits the road. And I'm sure that is the kind of experience I know we all go through. Whether we like it or not, at one stage or another, you have to go through mathematics. And today is becoming even more and more important, as I'll say later. Now, the aim of this presentation is to explore the notion of engaging students in maths, especially those with low maths skills. I know that, when, in my informal interaction with Anna in the office, we do talk about some of the issues, that students go across or they meet. And one of the things that, we always discuss is about some of the poor math skills that our students have. But you see now, we cannot ignore them, we cannot isolate them, because they are part and parcel of the Richmond community, and we have to do everything possible to assist them. Now, in this presentation, I'll show you some of the telltale signs of how to identify, students who are not engaged in maths, and possibly offer some solutions, what can we do? Although I'm going to use Richmond as my main point of contact, but this is applicable, to, different, institutions. Now, some national stats. Now, in 1990, it was found that 10% of students, there was a 10% drop in those taking A-level maths in the 90s, despite the emphasis of math and English. Now, every time you listen to government, educational policies, they always emphasize, you have to do, so you must do what? Math and English, and we must attain a minimum of over C. Now, the numbers in 2007 and 2008 was still about 6,000 students less, down, from 1990. And yet, there is this new call, which is now going around, particularly in the academy, called STEM. It started in the US, and STEM is one of President Obama's main clarion in education, where STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. You see, therefore, maths is important, but then we also know that, math is not one of the best subjects. Therefore, the question that you have to ask yourself, what is the problem with the mathematics? What's the problem with mathematics? Math deals with problem solving. That is the key thing about mathematics. By its nature, math has its own problems, that need solving. First, math evokes a lot of negativity, from the majority of people, despite its relevance. And I'm sure if I go through each one of you, possibly apart from Anna and a few other people, you have your own, thing about mathematics that you don't like. And we see this thing very often with students, because math is perceived to be hard and demanding. That might be true. It is also taken to be boring and time-consuming. Boring is in quotes, because I don't agree with that. Time-consuming, yes. Some mathematical problems can take a lot of time. And one of the key things about students, especially those who have low math skills, they don't invest sufficient time in problem solving. Now, mathematics language is not common language. If you go to the underground, you see what people are reading about politics. You pick the Metro, you pick the CTA, and it's all about business, about economics. You go to the back page, it's about sports. If you're reading The Sun, page 3, you know what it is there. But it's very, very difficult, to hear people saying, oh, this month, my salary, was a multiple of primes. or the price of my car was, an irrational number. Mathematics is not common math language. And because of that, it makes it to be rather unpopular. Unlike, things from political science, theater, drama, economics, the language we use in those areas, it is something which is there with people in the everyday. It's a common language. It's also assumed to require memorization and drills to master problem-solving skill. Memorization is an integral part of learning maths. You cannot avoid it. But sometimes, people take memorization in a wrong way. You cannot memorize how to solve problems, but you can use techniques of memory, to do problem solving. It's thought to require knowing many formulas and to know when to use them. Yes, formulas are there, but you don't need to know many of them. In fact, at Richmond and many universities, in exams, we give students a list of formulas. Why? Because we don't expect you to memorize them. It's not important. What is important is how to use them. That is the key thing. And then many students will tell you they see no immediate relevance to real life and practical situations. We hear that quite often. For I'm doing quadratic equations, where will I apply it? You're solving linear equations, where will I apply it? You see now, that is taking mathematics in the wrong sense. Because there are certain basic skills which you need to acquire before you can go to the applications. Now, when students come to Richmond with those kind of views, that is not very nice. That is not very nice. And yet, the same students, might be required to take some math courses as part of their numerical requirement. Not to mention that some of them will require even more mathematics because it's part of their major. Now, if you go to the lower levels, primary and secondary, students are engaged in a different way, unlike at higher levels, which I'm going to mention. Now, at lower level, it's assumed, students have got an innate talent that can be nurtured. Now, one thing which I believe is that no one is born mathematician. You name them. People have to develop their talent. Mathematics is just like any other subject. As long as you are keen on it, you can develop. And in lower levels, they use a lot of group and teamwork, which works very, very effectively. Because through teamwork and groups, students are able, to interact, encourage one another, and also develop confidence, which is very, very key. Confidence is a very prime, quality of mathematics. Collaboration and problem solving, that is very, very important. And then they are able now to see how using real life examples, for example, relating equation of a line and gradient of a slope, or relating percentages and interest rates, or take something a functional relationship between income and expenditure. Trying to take mathematics and putting life into it, because that is one of the major deficiencies of mathematics, and students always complain that they don't see the relevance of it. Now, at higher levels like colleges and universities, of course, now students here are more mature and they are capable of independent work. Therefore, students will expect to show creativity and deep understanding of the problems, and then to apply problem-solving skills to come up with solutions, and be capable of independent work outside the classroom. For example, the maths 3111, which we teach here as functions and applications, this is the course that used to be called pre-calculus. Now, if you read the course specification document, it is said that students are supposed to spend at least 3 hours of independent work. That is 3 hours outside the classroom. But can I give you some bad news? Some don't even spend 20 minutes in a week. Yes, 20 minutes in a week. And then you wonder why are they having so much difficulties. Students should own mathematics and see themselves as mathematicians. Now, this aspect of owning is very, very important, because through owning, they create an interest, they create a passion. Whether that is a reality, we don't know, but I believe that at Richmond, we can inculcate that in our students. Now, in the Art of Mathematics course, normally in the first class I start with is to put students in groups, and I ask them to discuss what challenges do they come across in their school time while learning mathematics, the difficulties, whether they like it or not, because students come to the Art of Mathematics assuming wrongly that there is no mathematics there until they get a surprise. Now, through these discussions, after they have discussed, one student presents their findings in the class and then ask them to write an essay on what they have discussed. Now, these are some of the things that they point out. The reason why they disliked mathematics is because teacher was not motivating and teacher was uninspiring. Teacher only focused on bright students, ignoring the others. Textbooks were unreadable. I have come through textbooks, even which I myself, in my university life, life I do not understand because they are completely unreadable. Too many repeating problems to be solved. Lack of home and after-school support. Students try problems at home. They cannot ask their mothers. They cannot ask their fathers. They have no one to help. Thanks today, nowadays, we have got some online resources. Since students can go to the Khan Academy or to other resources, but still, that is not a person-to-person contact. The doing other things seems to be easier than the mathematics. Of course, watching, keeping up with the, Kardashians is much easier. It's much easier. And students possibly will prefer doing that. They cannot see practical applications in life. It is time-consuming and tedious, that is true, and just cannot get the right answer. They try this, they just give up. Now, these are some of the reasons that they give. Now, when you talk about engaging students in math, what does Richmond need to do to engage students in math, especially the low-skilled ones? And that will be the focus of my talk today. First of all, we have to know what is engagement. We've been talking about engagement. What is engagement? Now, from research, engagement is defined by Newman as that time the students spend, investing in effort directed towards learning, understanding, or mastering the knowledge, skills, or crafts that academic work is intended to promote. Understanding is very, very crucial because engagement without understanding will not be beneficial. Now, Fredericks highlighted 3 dimensions of engagement. There is the behavioral part, whereby the students have to be an active participant. There is the emotional change of attitude, because one of the things I do in the art of math, after the end of the semester, I give them, another task. Now, write an essay. Has your perception of mathematics changed? And I get some very, very interesting results. Because some say, I wish I had done this kind of approach. Possibly I could have taken mathematics, but then it might be too late. Cognitive, and that's where the problem solving comes in. Now, how can we develop engagement? First of all, we need the teachers. Because one of the primary goals of a teacher is to facilitate the learning process. And the teacher in the classroom is very, very important. Need authentic instructional work, meaningful problems with relevance, student ownership of the work. Students have to develop a passion for what they're doing, and then opportunities for collaboration, and then challenging work which calls for understanding. Understanding is crucial to enable them to do problem solving. Now, engaging students with low math skills. Now, what are the symptoms of low engagement in mathematics? And this is purely based on experience at Richmond, but it's applicable to many students who, you can say, don't like maths. One thing is that they find maths very frustrating, extremely frustrating. And when you do something which is frustrating, it creates a low morale. You become depressed. You don't want to do it. They lack initiative and personal effort to learn. No self-start, no self-esteem to learn mathematics. Because I know in our classes we give a lot of problems. Problem solving is crucial to learning maths. And students have to make an effort to solve problems. Now, if you don't have initiative, you cannot go down that line. They also lack perseverance. They cannot spend time thinking through and solving problems. Of course, the problems you give, they require you to think. They require you to be creative. You have to show perseverance. You have to invest time. They lack retention. You know, retention is not only about students remaining here, but even in mathematics, there's a retention. You do want something today, they come tomorrow, you have to go again through the whole thing again. Then you wonder, then, how did you spend your time? How do you spend your time? For retention is non-existent to those students with low math skills. They have got an aversion toward problems. Especially in statistics, whereby when you read a problem, it is like reading a love letter. Even in a love letter or a love email, you have to sieve it and see where is the nice stuff coming in. If someone writes an email, a lady, let me assume, writes an email to a boyfriend and tells, oh, yesterday I was cooking chicken, it was very nice, and then I thought about you. You see, the young man is not interested in the cooking of the chicken. That's not important. The important part here is I thought about you. So in the word problem, students have to be trained to look at the key words. For example, I have given a very simple illustration here. Simple. Simple. It says, find the equation of line that has slope 2 and passes through point -1, 1, and connects point A to B and touches a curve at point C. It's a long story. But somebody who knows how to solve this problem will look at the keywords. And the keywords here is equation of line. So the student must be able to know how to write down the equation of a straight line. Then the slope and the point -1, 1. Those three things will enable students to solve that problem. As you can see, connects point A to B and touches the curve at point C. All those are irrelevant. They are irrelevant. But students with low math skills, they don't like word problems because they are not able to sift through and see the mathematics or translate the word into mathematical language. They are very eager for a formula. Blind faith that answers are hidden in a formula, which is not true. Formulas are important because there are certain problems to solve. You need a formula, but formulas are not everything. And we train our students, to think through, not just to run out the formula. And then one of the most depressing things, they jump the calculator for a problem. It's like a cowboy, jumping at his gun. Give them a problem, the gun. A problem, the gun. Which is extremely bad because it deprives them of that ability to do mental arithmetic. A simple problem like a half plus 3/8. In fact, even that is even hard. 2 plus 2, they run to the calculator. Any problem, even problems which do not need a calculator, like that, solving that, rational function, they run to the calculator, and yet there is no calculator that will make you solve that. Because they have developed a wrong mindset, thinking that mathematics can only be solved with what? With a calculator. Of course, we need calculators. For example, if you ask me what is 2.1379 multiplied by 0.9762, I cannot do it mentally. I'll need a calculator. But if I'm given pen and paper, I can do it over time because I know the procedure of doing it. So learning the procedures is very, very important. Now you find that when you have got those kind of, parameters, students become very, very frustrated. But now the thing that you have to ask yourself, how do you move from this mathematical frustration to mathematical inspiration? Because that's what you want to do. Now, first, and I believe this is something which is important, and I'm happy that the new program we are proposing of general education is moving towards this direction. Initially, students should be exposed to a more softer approach of mathematics. Students come here, they've got a very poor background, and the first thing that hits them is what? Is functions, analysis, blah, blah, blah. It sort of depresses them completely. They don't see the life in this. Students need to have a soft approach, for example, to learn about its history, its development, the key ideas and concepts and personalities involved, and the life behind the numbers before embarking on their main course. In other words, they will need to see the other side of mathematics. Even when you talk about Pythagoras' theorem, there was somebody called Pythagoras, and he had a very interesting sex life. He had a very interesting offer positive role models. Students don't see the role models in mathematics because they don't know who they are. And then students should be able to own mathematics. They should be able to make presentations in class. In the art of mathematics, students present 2 topics. One, of course, for assessment, the other one is for class presentation, and they enjoy it. They enjoy it very much. They enjoy it, and they have to be guided. They have to be shown that, they are a part of mathematics and they own mathematics. Teachers should teach mathematics and not just solve problems. There are many instances whereby a teacher comes and only solves problems but does not teach mathematics. Now, how do you know you are teaching mathematics? Of course, you use real-life examples and explore links with other subjects. And I'm very happy that at Richmond, we have moved away from the way things used to be done previously. For example, in all these courses, the Maths 311 used to be called pre-calculus. We put in applications. Now we call it math functions and applications. The 4110 used to be called calculus with analytic geometry. We removed the analytic geometry, we now call it calculus with applications because we put in applications from psychology, from social science, from economics, from business. 4120, that's probability statistics 1. Previously, it just used to be taught, like a dry, bland subject. We put in SPSS, and now we use examples from social sciences, psychology, economics, business, and of course, 5120 is probability statistics 2, and 5130, that's game theory. Now, recently, I saw the headlines on the Economist during the crisis in Ukraine. The headlines on the Economist, game theory in Ukraine. I felt so happy. Because at least I can see the mathematics coming down to people. And that's what we need. You should use a wide range of tasks and resources. There are so many things that a teacher can do. If you're teaching about a volume of a container, go to the class with a bottle, and just show how the volume can be measured, using mathematics. Make learning much more enjoyable. I know that is hard, but it can be done. Because mathematics, by its nature, is a very enjoyable subject. Be student-centered at all times and engage students in learning. Teachers must always be student-centered and engage all students, not just a few. Now, thirdly, the teacher should motivate and inspire students. That has been said many times. Use appropriate language to reinforce responses, encourage contributions from all students, set simple tasks and increase its complexity over time. I know Anna said, something like that. That in class, we use simple examples first before you increase their complexity. That is very, very important because mathematics is a sequential subject. You start with simple ideas before you go to more complicated, instances. Create a culture in which students can think outside the box. Let them indulge in mathematics and do not hold them back. Because it is through that kind of thinking that students become creative. Teachers should promote peer collaboration rather than competition. Most of the times in class, students are competing. That, a student cannot collaborate with their friend because they fear, they might say something. No, that is wrong attitude. Collaboration is very important. Shared learning motivates the weak students. Request students to explain their solutions and emphasize method rather than solution. You see, to emphasize the method rather than solution, very, very important. Teachers should use good class textbook that is readable and affordable. Okay? Students' contact with the math outside the classroom is the textbook. Now, if a student is going through the whole course in the semester and they do not have the textbook, then they are missing something. And you see that, sometimes they're not to blame. Some of these textbooks are very expensive. I remember recently the textbook that you're using for Maths 311 called Pre-Calculus by Glasson. The 9th edition that came out was costing £105. Yes! £105. We told students, no, don't buy that. We are going to use the old edition and we shall make sufficient notes for you. And, that's what we did. The book is good, but it's very expensive. And many students cannot afford that. Therefore, it is very, very important. Teachers should use a good class textbook that is really good and affordable, and also make use of same examples as in textbook. That's very important, because when the student is outside the class, they want to see the same examples in the textbook. And if they are able to go through them, they can learn much, much easier. Rather than you, as a teacher, using an example which students have no access to, is only you alone. That is not advisable. Then, and teacher should students make use of supportive environment. At Richmond, we have got the Mass Advice Center and peer tutoring. We encourage students to use it, because that is extra time given to them. But those ones who are serious, they do take advantage of it. But some of them, just ignore, because there is so much you as a teacher you can do. You cannot force them to go to the Mass Advice Center if they don't want. Online resources should be encouraged. Now today, we have put many online resources, and one of the online resources that I'm still using is the Khan Academy. And the Khan Academy is so wide and extensive. And if you look at many universities have developed online math resources. Students can use them. I have seen, some from Cambridge, from Oxford, from UCL, and many from the US. There are many. Students can make use of them, because it is just to help them. The more they do it, the better they become. And teachers should discourage from start behavior that promote negative attitudes developing. Negative attitudes such as that, coming to class with no pen or notebook. I have seen students coming to class, no pen, no notebook. You are coming to a math class, not a movie. Therefore, if you come to a class with no notebook, then how are you going to solve problems? Then when you give them assignments, they start borrowing papers from their friends. Several times I have told their friends, don't give them. Don't give them. They come here to waste time. Playing with their mobile phones, that is something which you all faculty will go through, especially as Anna said, those ones at the back. They put it under their desk. And you can tell a student who is playing with their phone, because they're not looking at you. They are busy, with their phone. Such a student, you either tell them to stop or tell them to off out of the class, because they're wasting your time. And you don't want to waste their time. Then an unnecessary conversation with peers with no bearing to class. In other words, anything that distracts their attention, should be discouraged. Because in a mathematics class, the student must pay 100% attention. Now, Albert Einstein said, if you keep doing the same thing over and over, don't expect anything different. Teachers should bring in new ideas and methods of teaching mathematics in the classroom to inspire the bright students and motivate the weak learners. Now, engagement without understanding is futile. Now, Lester and Lavin said that we believe that the primary goals of mathematics learning are understanding and problem solving. That is crucial. And that these goals are inextricably related, because learning mathematics with understanding is best supported by engaging in problem solving. No matter what level you're studying mathematics, whether primary, secondary, high school, university, PhD, problem solving is the key thing. You have to solve problems, because that's all we are to learn skills. The connection between solving problems and deepening understanding is symbiotic. In order to become a good problem solver, you need to have a sound understanding. Thus, understanding enhances problem solving. Now, this is in line with the present focus of understanding, and the Ofsted report of 2008, it clearly outlines that. In that report, mathematics, understanding the score. They clearly emphasize understanding and problem solving. Now, in conclusion, as we move from a knowledge-based economy to a computational-based economy, mathematics will become more and more important. We can't avoid that. Because there is a great demand for math literate people, despite the falling interest in math. The interest in math is falling down, and yet the society demands more math literate people. While education continues to emphasize on calculation maths, the real world emphasizes practical maths. Work done by engineers, geologists, architects. Look at London, all these buildings. An architect has to know something about mathematics. Physicists, meteorologists, when you watch your BBC News and you see, is it Kirkwood, coming with, it will rain today. They have fed models in a computer and simulated them, and then they're able to tell you that. Therefore, mathematics is important in the real world. The cardinal reason as to why we teach mathematics will always remain the same. First of all, mathematics is good for everyday living. You require the basic knowledge of mathematics to know about interest rates, okay? About your annual percentage return, APR, mortgages, pension, pay slips. You must be able to take your pay slip and read to make sure that your employer is not cheating you. Driving, if you go to your car, look at the dashboard, what do you see? All those numbers. As you accelerate, you see from 80 to 100. Even the fuel gauge, you will see 1, a half, a quarter. How that accelerates, you will see, mathematics even is on driving. You pass in a 20 miles per hour highway, you will see there are 20. Everything is mathematical because the world is mathematical. BMI, body mass index, okay? Which is your weight divided by the, score of your height, is a mathematical. Caloric intake, you are trying to lose weight. You have to know how many calories are you taking. It's all quantitative. Now, technical jobs that does require good understanding of mathematics, not only architecture, mechanics, masonry, and these are not people in the cutting edge of technology. Simple things. Mathematics requires even, common tasks that we do. Logical thinking, a tool to help us conceptualize the structure of space and time, dimensions, develop and link related patterns, and something to just occupy our cognitive thought process. The way the Greeks used to do it, mathematics for the sake of it. And that's how mathematics developed to what it is today. Finally, mathematics is not calculating. Mathematics is more than calculating. And there are a list of bibliography that if you're interested, you can look at some of these things. Particularly the one from University of Cambridge is extremely good in getting students. And there is the docent report. And there is this book by George Collier, which is a seminal book on the teaching of mathematics, on the pedagogy of mathematics. And that book is well known by any teacher, anybody who has gone through a math teacher training college, because it is a standard book. Thank you very much.
The idea of contextualizing something in a love letter, I think it's a really good idea, quite frankly. There's a lot of potential with that. So we have a few minutes for some discussion now and questions. I think, John, you were talking earlier about that you had some questions.
I have a question for the two of you, which is that, do you think that the possibility that students are reading less is in some way gendered? Is it that young men read less than young women? Based on work done on school, secondary school.
Yes.
But it does seem to be a piece of concern that it's part of not cool to read.
Yeah.
And this is particularly apparently among young men than it is among young women.
Yeah. I read quite a lot, so I can't really speak for most of the other guys. And I have had people say, like in my dorm here, I had a bookshelf full of books that I didn't need to read that I had, and they were anything. There was stupid bucket list books like 1001 Films to See Before You Die, as well as like novels, and there's a poetry book that I actually found, and some like other. There were textbooks, not per se, but they were textbooks, but not related to university, and I did have a lot of people, girls included, comment, like, say, well, why have you got this stuff? Like, why are you reading all this stuff? You don't need to. Like, well, why aren't you? So it doesn't seem to be gendered, in my opinion, but it could well be.
There might be a lot of other things cutting in, sort of educational experiences, home, other cultural aspects that maybe sort of be splicing with the gender. So
And girls are outperforming boys on A-level sports nationally, and it actually turns out they're also outperforming boys on SAT sports in the United States, but certainly in A-level sports, girls are increasingly significantly beginning to outperform boys.
I think a lot of that is, I've got 3 younger brothers, and I think a lot of that is maturity, because some people mature far, like girls are known to mature faster than boys, which is why they do better. And I think that boys, however, still outperform on maths and science. I might be wrong, but I think that's how it works. And the girls are better at like the geography, history, and those sort of things. And I think it is just completely a maturity thing. I think it just comes with age. And I wish that I had the ability to retain and learn like now, and the wanting to like did when I was 15. But I wish I had it when I was 15. It's the same with my brothers. He just finished his GCSEs, and it just kind of, now he's starting his A-levels, he's just kind of getting into I want to know this, whereas ideally he would have had it 3 years ago, whereas girls his age had it at that age. So it's just an age thing, in my opinion.
It's also market driven, isn't it? There's a market for Twilight, 50 Shades of Grey. They know girls, teenagers buy these books, and they're millions and millions. And when's the last time you heard about a big hit novel aimed at the male age group?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones is an exception, but if you actually look at the prospects of authors, then you'll find that a large majority do go towards female teen-related books in the last 10 years, certainly.
Yeah, I've got a question about service learning. It was very interesting, your discussion, and I'm kind of very persuaded by it. But I've got a kind of couple of questions. Seems to incorporate the logic of the idea of the link to industry at some level. But kind of what you described seems to dovetail very well with the economic interests of the creative economy as well. And I guess this is my kind of interest area, or kind of critical questioning of it, which is that, and I'm sure that's why that kind of dovetailing, so many of the kind of British academics that you've spoken of, or that you briefly mentioned, have been suspicious. It looks like it means working for free. And it looks like it's part of a big society, that kind of thing. So, albeit that it isn't, I suppose my first question is, some arts sector institutions, particularly private galleries, for example, employ only volunteers. That's all they ever employ. So there is no employment opportunity after, because there's an endless stream of volunteers. How does the institution, which is kind of providing this learning framework for this, act to prevent such a system becoming exploited? And kind of related to that, how does the wider citizen prevent kind of monopolies on a particular set of professions by particular university affiliation? For example, law by Oxbridge. For example, you can't get a foot in the door as a lawyer in this country if you go to Oxbridge. So I'm not sure that's true, actually. All right. Well, within corporate law in the city, for example, that's very dominating. So, and then I suppose the kind of third question, which again relates to this, is how is service learning distinguished from the kind of apprenticeships that have previously historically kind of existed, and which were kind of done away with because they prevented social mobility.
In an interesting way, I think these sort of issues also relate to internships as much partly as they do to service learning. Because all of our internships at this university are unpaid internships. And that's raised a real ethical issue about young people being exploited through unpaid internships. And actually, speaking as a parent, 25 5-year-old, it is the case. A lot of my daughter's friends have done 2 years of an unpaid internship, a promising job, and basically this business is getting free labor. So I think that the important thing about internships and service learning, I mean, primarily it is about personal self-development, and it's about linking it to the subject that you're studying. But I think there is a sense which it also prepares students for graduate employability. I'm not saying that's the main purpose of it. I wouldn't say that is the main purpose of it. And I think that whether we like it or not, the reality is for many students, getting that first job requires some type of experience of volunteering or internships. It's so catch-22. How do you get a job in that work experience? How do you get opportunity to find a job? So I think these sort of opportunities do actually help students. But I'd like to think we would do it not just because of graduate employment, because we actually do think it's about developing the student as an individual and indeed as a local citizen. Apprenticeship is interesting. Some universities have developed what they call graduate apprenticeships. They tend to be new universities. They tend not to be the old research universities. There's a real condescension towards graduate apprenticeships. I think it's a great shame. My previous institution that tried to introduce this, and I was told no in certain terms, that we were a proper university and do this sort of thing. So I think there's a sense in which there was a lot to be said for apprenticeships. And I think that you could argue that a really well-developed internship is a kind of graduate apprenticeship, particularly if it has sufficient credits to give the student the time to actually do it. So I'd like us to explore what was the best of graduate apprenticeships and see if we can go more into internships that we can for students.
John, don't you think there's another point that is very easy to forget, and particularly when we're talking about the volunteering aspect of service learning, is that you're not just doing it to develop the student. You hope, and I'm sure Sierra would back me up on this, that you're doing it to help people you're helping. And that has got to be an absolutely primary concern. So that is, that takes it completely onto another level from what you're talking about. There can't be exploitation if you're doing something because you want to help others.
You haven't been realistic about that.
I know.
That was the point I made.
But it often isn't mentioned at all.
Well, actually, there's a growing, particularly colleagues at Portland State University, which is about the nature of the community partnership aspect of this. And that's why I said it used to be when this thing first started was at least you shouldn't damage the community. And then with the reality that it's never going to be an equal partnership, that the students and the university are there are a lot more out of this actually than the communities get. So it is about doing something for others and developing that sense of wider social responsibility. And hopefully you are doing something of value. And hopefully it is of value to somebody in the community. And that in some sense is equitable for those community partners. But no, you're right, it is about doing something for others. And that the longitudinal data does show that students who do this do tend to volunteer, more actively involved in volunteering in their community later in life. That's compared to students who don't do so.
I was very interested in what Alison and Jacqueline had to say, but it seemed to me, I don't know if deliberately you missed the trick. You were talking about getting to know students so you could motivate. Surely one aspect for that is to first of all understand who you are and the persona that students perceive. Because, for example, Parvez and I teach a lot of the same students. We're very different. We have very different characters. The one thing we share is a lot of economics, but how we get that across is very different. I would suggest yours. Mathematics. Yeah, yours is a more understated. I'm very much in your face. And if you don't understand how the students perceive you, you cannot utilize that to motivate.
And students will have made decisions, I hate to tell you this, but students will have made decisions about you long before they enter your class.
That's actually, I found that not to be true. The first question I ask on the first day is, what's my reputation? I know what my reputation is because my advisees will tell me. But the vast majority of students in my upper level courses, in finance in particular, have done no basic research. They've not spoken to their peers or those who've gone before to find out anything. And I find that a bit disturbing. Particularly when I was a student, we produced an alternative American expression catalogue where we basically rated all the teachers. Got into a lot of trouble at Essex for it, but Essex was a place for radicals anyway. So.
Well, if you go, I don't know if any of you are on Facebook, but there is a Facebook group that was put together by a student organization, and there are 100 things you know about Richmond. After you can have a look on there, you'll find my name was on there several times, so thankfully in a good way. But you'll find there was something hilarious I read about Wolfgang Deckers this morning. Was driving. After you've been at Richmond for a while, you know you've been at Richmond if you've driven in a van to Brussels with Professor Wolfgang Deckers listening to the pan flute, Peruvian pan flute. I mean, things that maybe those are memories, and not things that they're looking at entering the classroom. But I think there are, David was saying, preconceived notions of certain subject areas, and certainly preconceived notions about departments and schools and even individuals. So I'm sure there are about us in student areas as well.
Well, we do give out 2 satisfaction surveys to our students at the end of each semester as well. And of course, no one usually says what's good, they tell us what's bad. And so we do sit down as a department. There are things that people write that are very personal about us, that so-and-so doesn't talk to me in the right way, they're very condescending. And so we do, as a department, sit down and think, okay, how are we coming across to students? Maybe we need to rethink what we do.
But the only feedback we get of that nature comes from Dom's department sometimes. We don't necessarily see the more informal feedback. We get the student evaluation summaries, often well after, so they're not even timely. But like Dom will often send us an email saying, study abroad's found you particularly good this term. But other than that, we get almost no informal feedback, except if a student actually comes by and says, I really enjoyed the course, I'll send you an email.
Yes, we do interim feedback, which is what we tend to do. And that's quite interesting, as that's anonymous as well. And we do tend to get, in our department, quite a few interesting comments, which we can then respond to, which is quite helpful.
But you need to know how you're perceived if you are to motivate the student.
Absolutely. I think that's true. And will students tell you the truth, though, is the question.
I've never found them to be backwards and coming forward. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, no, I think we hear friends who don't way.
John, you said something like that volunteering has to be structured with clearly defined learning outcomes. Now, one thing that comes to my mind is that how do you assess those kind of learning outcomes? What kind of assessment instrument do you use? Because a student who goes to volunteer, let me say, to Red Cross or the British Heart Foundation, only to learn that they'll be subjected to an exam, that can be very demotivating.
Well, I mean, you're assessing students on the basis of, to a certain extent, self-reporting. A typical law journal is self-reporting on what you generally think you have learned as a result of that experience in terms of a whole range of skill sets, attitudes, and values. You also have the evaluation of the community partner who will say, this student has done this, and this assessment of their performance. So there's that. Most service learning courses also involve some form of essay, where students ask think critically about the social problems and social issues involved, and what are the ways in which these can be addressed by taking action, whatever. So there are a variety of ways in which people gauge assessment. Teamwork presentations, there's a whole series of these things to do. So, I mean, that is the way in which you try to measure the learning outcomes. It's not like mathematics where, and I'm always struck by, having been an external examiner on assessment boards, when you get these mathematical students who don't understand right or wrong. And then when I taught at the LSE, when we awarded, the first time we awarded our first class, we all pause, we genuflected, had a moment of silence. We had finally given the first class to me. This was like a religious experience. Because we never get a first class mark in the LSE because that was like you had to be semi-divine to do this. So, and yet the students doing the quantitative subjects who getting these A grades. And so it is interesting, even the issue of how you measure learning outcomes, you measure academic performance. It does vary, doesn't it? It's one of the your students said, it's the difference in disciplines and genres.
I have a comment to make and also a question, and my comment is from a historian, as I am. Okay. Until I think the 1930s, because I have a specific example, people thought, at least in England, this is the experience in England, that if you learned Latin, it would train your mind so well that you would be able to do anything at all in the world, including, as my anecdote, which is as part of an autobiography in the book, the person found driving a car. I wish they had learned Latin because then they would know how to drive this machine. Nowadays, it seems, and all that you say about internships and the requirement for people to have done something practical, it seems that the intellectual things that the university brings is no longer considered enough, even the whole intellectual thing. And I think this raises an interesting question, possibly, about what the university is for. If what you need to do is to have shown that you can apply some stuff now, because now you're no longer trusted just from having done it.
I think what people are saying it may not be enough.
Right, may not be enough, but I mean, it has changed
Acquiring
to that
academic
extent.
knowledge, facing intellectual challenges are fundamentally part of higher education. But in themselves, they may not be enough. There may be other learning experiences that you provide to students as well. So I'm not making the argument. I'm not this over. I'm saying that I think this should be part of the learning experience of students. I'm not saying it should replace.
No, but I mean, the fact that it's actually considered so not enough might say something about university, but maybe not.
Well, some people might. I wouldn't, but some people might.
This is it seems to be kind of an old dilemma, though. There's John Newman, the idea of a university in 1852. It's when he first did it as a speech, as a talk.
All right.
Yeah, as a talk first. But he talks exactly about this, and he says this. He makes this point that there isn't anything that anyone actually there's no thing that you have to do at university, and yet everybody does something. And he's talking about this kind of absence of content. Is this kind of interesting kind of paradox almost. There's nothing you actually you can't point to what there's the Latin, you learn the Latin, you can do something. Actually, there's no obligation for any particular thing, and yet you come out. And I think this relates to this idea of community, that you go in there producing this thing collectively, and almost the subjects you're disciplined in are kind of neither here nor there. It's kind of this.
But there's interesting other dimension to this, which is that when I first came to this country in 1962, I think back actually to Richmond or Oxford. What's fascinating is 16% of the population, they all knew Latin. They all were classically educated. They were mainly on public schools. They were going to get jobs, regardless of their getting third-class degrees. Certainly not at Oxford, third-class degrees. The gentleman's degree got them a job. First class with the SWATs, and they became jobs. And I think we're living in a different world. We're living in a world where higher education has changed. We have a much wider range of students and social backgrounds, oftentimes lacking the social skills they need for employability. I think that we have a responsibility to our students to ensure
that's exactly
that
what I'm talking
they are
about.
not only intellectually challenged. I think that is fundamental. I think we always are going to have to be intellectually challenged. Developing academic knowledge in your academic majors is still central to learning and education. But I think there are a range of other things we have a responsibility for students.
That is a big key point. Okay.
So I had two suggestions / questions or comments for Dr. Hathaway and Dr. Mendy. Both of you guys mentioned confidence building when you first come to university, which I thought was absolutely phenomenal. Because a lot of times, you have students who for 13 years have just regurgitated and repeated information. And so for Dr. Hathaway, in your 419.5 class, going and learning the idea of an argument is a constant issue for students that haven't taken your class. And then once you take it, you learn how to structure that argument. But I think one thing that...
Not completely, you never stop learning.
Right.
Right. It's a process.
But I think enforcing the idea within those students that are just taking your class, that the idea of them being legitimized, and that their argument is legitimized is quite important, because, you know, for so long you've been like, you know, I don't know what an argument is, I don't know how to create an argument, and whether or not my argument is legitimized at all, and then enforcing the students to remind themselves that, you know, it's okay to create your own argument, it's okay to, you know, step out and form that argument, I think would be great in 419.5. And then Dr. Manini, you also mentioned confidence building, and I think that if one way to enforce mathematics and to say that to students that a great way of also learning would be to go along with other students. So I don't know if you want to, when you're mentioning to students to come to math tutorials, to say, you know, you can come along with friends if it makes it better. Because I know, at least for me, going along and learning math with other students allows me to learn it better than me just feel alone in that segment. So.
Yeah, what you're saying is quite true, because you know, many students have these artificial barriers which has been created because of wrong views about mathematics. And peer learning is very much encouraged. Peer learning is very much encouraged because there are things that you can learn from your peers which possibly a teacher cannot be able to explain. And coming to some of these tutorials with your friends, you know, there's no problem. But remember one thing, mathematics is a very individualistic subject. It is very personal, in that the bottom line is that eventually you will have to know how to do the problem yourself, you know. So even while tapping, you know, the help of others, the final analysis that it will boil down to you. You have to learn the skills, you know, that's expected of you. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting morning. I think we starting to connect all sorts of aspects, and that's one of the real keys, I think, because it is a, you know, we need a holistic approach to this in terms of seeing the relationship between, and it's also interesting, I think, was coming from, you know, various segments within the university, we get a number of the same key points being made. You know, some of the same language that recurs. So, should we have lunch? And then we'll resume at 1:30.
There he is. Hello. Can we turn the volume up? Okay.
Great. Hi, Pedro.
Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
Very well. Very well. On the portal for the Center for Learning and Teaching, you'll be able to click on and see the agenda and see the different titles and such. I think we probably also sent you a schedule before. But we've had a very good morning, hearing from a range of people from both student services and various faculty, as well as a faculty-student collaboration. So we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say about student engagement and such. Should we? Yeah. Let you see the. Hey.
Hi everyone.
So we're up in the library conference room. So how's your internship going?
Good.
Great. Okay, so you're on. Yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
I can't see everyone clearly, but I guess most of you know who I am. If you don't know what I'm Ridwan, I'm a major in finance, national business, and I'm a senior student. I'm also the president of the student government, and I also participate in numerous societies and clubs at the university. I will just start off by, I created this model on student engagement, and I call it the 4 C's of student engagement. And the first one is commitment. I think it's really important for students to be a part of something that is not going on in class. So it's a perfect way to make friends, but it's also a perfect way to show to your professors that you're committed about what you like to do, so that outside of class they also like to participate in various activities. The second C is credibility. I think that beyond a good GPA, what masters look for, what they do CVs, with grade, that they also look at extracurricular activities, and that will boost students' credibility up. I think that they just have a GPA or a purpose. I think that's all, because a lot of students they see the value of a good education, and they try to do their best. So I think that besides that, they also need to join clubs and society. The third C is charisma. I think, from my personal experience, I think that joining a club or society and being active in extracurricular activities also builds your charisma. It builds you to talk to people. It builds a good relationship. It builds on your network, on something that you might not have when you're just in class with your classmates. So you actually you really know who the students are at the university. And the fourth one, which I think is very important, is confidence. I think extracurricular activities, societies, clubs, they build up your confidence. If you touch upon areas that will be not inside your pages, and that way you can talk about something in a confident way, and you let yourself be exposed to more than just your major. Beyond this, I think there's also one important thing about student engagement is that a lot of students, they look on how to apply the theory that the professors teach them. They always say, okay, we go through all of these books of theory, but what is actually relevant to the business environment? Or when I go to work, is this really relevant, or am I just crunching numbers or theories in my head, and then I'm never going to leave? So I definitely think that applying theory to a club or society, for example, I have a investment in quants club where we use different theories of finance, such as efficient market hypothesis, where we show students that this actually is a theory that is applied in the business world. It's not just even in books. Another point is that clubs and societies are degree students relate to the study club. I think it's really important that we connect the study abroad. So we know they. And on just the academic side, where study abroads go back home, I think that not much, let's say, is built on it. They would say, okay, I had fun in class was good, but then I also connected to the students, and I got to know various students in various fields, and it was really nice. So I think that's also very important. Another point is that some students may be that they're in their sophomore year or even junior year. Through clubs and societies, they realize that maybe they're not in the right major. They might switch. Maybe they think finance is really what I'm made for, and then all of a sudden they try out this, let's say, an art club or society, and they say, "Oh, I really like this," and they might, change their major. I'm not saying that it will happen, but sometimes it does. And something that Mary Robert and I discussed a few weeks ago is that some students don't have that confidence or are on the edge of I don't know what to do. Is this really what I want to do later on? Do I see myself working in that area? That might change through the Power Society. Then they build the confidence and talk to students who have, let's say, a background in a specific area, and they help each other to what they think is right. I think that's really what I would like to point out in the student engagement. I don't know if there are any questions.
People have questions for Pedram? Dr. Cohen does.
I'm not going to take you to task over the efficient market hypothesis misapplication there.
Can you hear him okay?
Yes.
Okay.
However, one of the things I would like to know from you, particularly as chair of student government, as a chair or president or whatever, what can we as faculty do from a student perspective to get you, all of you, more engaged with what we do?
I think that social societies don't promote the faculty advisor of the club or society that well. I think that's the first error. I think that when someone joins a club or society, they have to be aware that who is the faculty advisor of the club or society, so they can go and talk to that person to get an insight of what is relevant to the class or to the field that the club or society is related to. That's one. Two, I would say when there are activities that the club or society hold, then I would suggest that, and although sometimes time might be limited, that the faculty advisor actually joins the students and goes together with them to, let's say, a trading day, or let's say an art gallery, or a history conference, or an exhibition. I think that's the first starting. That should be the first starting point, because I think right now for the club and societies that we have, I don't think that, I would say 90% of the clubs or societies, they have a faculty advisor on paper, but they never actually meet who the faculty advisor is. And I would say let that faculty advisor also promote the club or society in class. Let's say if the student wants to expand his horizon or her horizon, that the faculty advisor would say, look, there's a specific club or society that you can actually, and you can see more. You can let yourself be exposed to more knowledge in that specific. I hope that answers.
I was thinking more about from the classroom rather than the clubs and societies perspective.
Okay, so do you mean in class participation? Or?
Not in participation, but when you're teaching, you want to engage your students, to have them become involved, to become interested, whatever, to become engaged. And what do you think we can do as faculty to enhance student engagement in and just outside the classroom, other than clubs and societies?
In that, I would say that the teacher has to show that he knows every single student individually. I wouldn't say that you hold the entire class back, but I think that as the teacher, you can put out a kind of incentive that you have a somewhat personal relationship with the student. And I think that's perfect at our university because we have somewhat smaller classes so that we can have that personal engagement with our teacher or our lecturer. What a teacher can also do is to set that, let's say, non-physical incentive, as in show how important it is when a specific theory is explained, how important it is to that field. And I think that a lot of students lose focus and they don't know actually what it is that they're doing in class. They understand that they're learning theory. They're not understanding on how relevant it is to their major or how relevant it is for their future. And I also think in a class, you should help the ones who really want to try to get a great because those students can also pick up the ones that are less interested. And I think that sometimes it's hard to motivate everyone. Just to also make sure you have that, let's say, moderate speed where everyone can follow and everyone is motivated to follow what the teacher has to offer. But I guess that from time to time it's really hard to pin every single detail that every single student actually wants. But I think definitely starting from building a personal relationship in class and making the student aware of how relevant all this theory is in class, I think that's a perfect starting point. And I think also what we saw in, and now I'm taking quantitative models in finance as an example, is that students who started out given in projects and they thought, okay, maybe I didn't do that well and I didn't put enough time in working for this class, that Dr. Cohen gave them, let's say, second chance to prove whether they really want it, whether they really want to grow in finance. So I think that definitely helped the students to keep working.
Thank you.
Anybody else have questions?
Ron, I wonder what you think about this. I think I'm slightly off screen. It's Miriam. I think
There she is.
Hi. I think that a lot of students at Richmond, we're aware that faculty do research and you look up to your professors in a sense. You're generally quite impressed by them. Good job, guys. But so I think also that students don't really think to ask faculty to be a part of it. Now we lost them.
You didn't like your question, Miriam.
I didn't like my question. I'm not going to blame the drama.
What were you going to ask then?
Well, I wanted to hear.
Do you think you're getting that?
I was trying to now.
Okay, right. See if we can get the drama back.
We should sign that thing. Not much of Google.
No, this is
That's
interesting.
what would you do to say something on block
It's very not
Dang it.
What are you doing?
He still has a six fractal. That's not impressive.
I'm not surprised.
Yes, she's doing fractal. Or maybe she's bored.
Is she not?
It's his end that's going wrong.
Of course.
I think it might be the leg.
Exactly the leg.
There we go. He's back.
Yes, doing some teaching some days. Yeah, but we have some schools on. Well, we do ARW for 1 month, so you can see elements of it. When you mentioned it.
They are. This is what I mentioned.
We do one class out of it.
It's better.
Yeah.
It's
We
Very
did one.
autistic.
Yeah.
They are very much
Literacy.
You do those.
We do it
Oh,
for 1
terrible.
1
Hello.
Sorry.
Oh,
hey.
Better than this semester.
I thought maybe it was something I said.
Whereabouts did you do?
Well, I'm going to work maybe in Kensington.
Oh, but I guess your take on this too, coming from the business school, since I'm from arts and sciences, I think often students are too shy in a way almost to ask professors to be a part of their outside work, and you just sort of assume that they don't want you there. So maybe if professors could take the first step in engaging students and letting them know that, by the way, I would love to have research assistant. I think at least in arts and sciences that might help. I don't know what you think coming from the business school.
Oh, definitely. It always helps if a teacher reaches out to students and says, look, I have these set projects that I actually work on and I would like to work together with students. So, perfect. But I think, and I'm not sure about this, that a lot of teachers have already tried this and not been, say, enough conviction from students or this lack of interest. And then obviously the teacher has enough doesn't time where she will say, okay, look, I'll let this rest, and then I'll see whoever's interested will come up to me. I think it's a two-way street and it's meeting each other in the middle. But if the teacher would like to reach out to the student, that would definitely because I also think that a practical approach is very necessary to get the motivation of students. And I also feel that students who only read books and do not apply whatever it is that they're learning, that sooner or later they will lose the interest. They will say, okay, this is all not relevant to what I'm doing. So definitely, when there are side projects or events or let's say publications, let's say that the teacher wants to publish something, and he'll say, okay, I have open chapters, and I will have to have some students who actually help. I think that would definitely. I would in the art school, let's exhibitions as the school does. So it's definitely.
I think the student services, what's that system you have for student volunteers and help with research and
yeah. So
I have 4 volunteers from Tracy's program.
And my department has had a few, and I think that's a really positive contribution. Probably one of the things that's going on though too is that maybe not a lot of faculty know about it or realize.
Tracy sends emails.
I know she does, but lots of people send emails and we don't clock all of them.
I'm going to say something controversial here and say that I think some faculty is as good at reading email as students are.
She's 100% on the money.
But I think if when faculty hear other faculty say, hey, I had a really good student volunteer this semester, and they did the following, etc., that's when people really start to understand and clock it. Okay, we've got a project, this would be. So I think it's the more people find out about it and the more people who experience it, the better it is. But Pedram, I wanted to ask you something. I mean, we talked about this that day when I was talking to you about this presentation, in terms of trying to pinpoint why some students are more engaged than others, and even within the same student, why you'll have that student much more engaged in, let's say, 3 of the classes and not 2 of them. Do you have any insights in terms of what's actually going on there, in terms of the differences?
Well, first of all, it depends on the personality of the student. Is that if the student is really willing to do, let's say, pursue him or her dream in that specific major, that's already one. If that's clogged in, then, you know, that person will do whatever it takes, give 100% for every single class. The second, what I think that there is a lack is we have a lot of students who have this, let's say, plan B, that whatever will happen, they can always go to their parents or they can work in their parents' company. So they rather take that plan B as a plan A, and they will say, look, I don't have to excel in my classes. I don't have to aim for an A. I just have to pass, and that, you know, and I will be all set. But then actually, when they see how happy other students are with good grades, and Art Night is the perfect example of it. And I also feel that in comparison with last year, this year, other students say, oh, I really wish that I was there on others' night. And so I feel that also drives them to participate in classes, work harder for classes. Another thing is, and this is, I think, high school talent, you reflect on friends as your friends reflect on you on what it is that you want to achieve and your personality. So what's really common is that someone in one group who lacks interest or does not aim for high grades, he or she will have friends around him or her that will also have the same mentality. But that is really hard not to crack, because then you would actually need to let's say, win the votes of all the entire group instead of one student. But I think that student engagement, really talking to that person and finding out what it is that that individual wants from education is really important. I would say that advisors can have, let's say, a specific time frame set for students just to talk about are they happy with is this what they want, and how is it that faculty or other students can help them to achieve what it is. Yeah.
Very good. Are there any other questions or
Yes,
comments?
One more comment for the mathematics. For know if Kentucky is there.
Dr. Oliveira and Dr. Munini are both here.
Okay, good. I think that students do not understand or get the impact of good mathematics. And now I'm fully talking about this and economics department, is that students who leave our school and want to pursue a master's degree, I feel that they will not be exposed to enough mathematical background. And they need it. Because look at another university, and I'm not talking about top universities, it doesn't have to be Cambridge or Oxford or whatever school it is. Even if you look at, let's say, Kingston College, they would have way more advanced mathematics than we do. And I don't think that the teacher or the program should be scared of implementing somewhat harder or extensive mathematics just because students are not engaged. I think that they should do this so that the students see what it is that's relevant to the future. And it's becoming more and more relevant, especially with mathematics. Because if your basic or your foundation mathematics is not more grounded, is not more set, how do you expect to excel in harder or further classes?
You're preaching to the choir.
Excuse me?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it's a difficult balance to have too much math that is compulsory to scare students that do not like math, and have enough to engage students that want math. And there's a lot of management issues as well in terms of balancing these needs.
But one of the things that we see at some sort of peer-to-peer mathematics is that I still do not understand how students have troubles with basic mathematics because they do not know what students going to have what you leave in undergraduate school. And once they go to school, let's say that they want to pursue an MSc or even a PhD, they will need mathematics. Yeah. So then people will actually feel what they have missed, and then they will say, "I should have studied here, which I was in school."
Edran, what you have said is quite true. And just to inform you, what we are doing is that we've been working on a math minor program, which we presented to the department, and they asked us to make some changes, which we are doing. So we hope that it will be put forward again next semester. And take it from me, the mathematics in the math minor is of the acceptable standard. And if you'll be alive by the time it is implemented, do it.
No, but that's good. I'm happy that that's happening in our school.
Yeah.
Because, look.
Oops.
Look,
you go.
Always in the most flattering angles, too.
No, it's sometimes it's the internet connection overseas.
With China, you're not going to get a consistent. The longer you're on, flip.
In China. Smile on your face when you went round the face and came
It's because of the video. It's because of the internet here. It just sometimes the Wi-Fi just shuts off. That's the problem.
Okay, we'll carry on.
Well, I think does anybody have any other questions? No.
What's the food like?
Dr. Cohen asks, what's the food like?
It's amazing and it's super cheap.
There we go.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Padron. And thanks for being involved, and thank you for your presentation. And best wishes for the rest of your internship. And when will we see you again?
I'll be back on the 20th of August.
Great. Okay. Well, take care.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for listening to me as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I? Yes. So we thought we were going to do a double act, a little bit about what theoretically works and doesn't work in student engagement. I will give you a couple of examples of what we do in psych about student engagement, and then hand it over to Miriam to say how wonderfully all these things that we do work. Maybe not, we'll see. Miriam can no longer be called a student, she's an alumna, or postgraduate student, magnifique at Nottingham University, doing criminology from September, so. PhD. Straight. So
bypassing all the minors.
Okay, some of these things we already talked about today, but this is essentially what the Higher Education Academy says that factors that contribute to successful engagement. So besides that we all try to engage, what actually does work? And in that report that they wrote in 2010, they say that very specific things work in student engagement for very specific learning outcomes. So not everything works, and you're not always going to get what you want out of it. So I just narrowed down on the academic bit, which is the bit that we can influence, and left out all the student affairs bits that you have talked about, because I wouldn't know. Okay, so what they say are the obvious, that students interacting outside the classroom with staff, especially on a one-to-one basis, addressing individual needs is very important. We do this quite a lot at Richmond through the advising channels. Participation in extracurricular activities like Pedram talked about, we do quite a lot in Richmond because students do get involved in the clubs and societies. Living on campus and participating in a learning community, we do have, at least on this campus, because a lot of our students do stay on campus, and they are present in this learning community. Hopefully they will be more engaged in the learning community.
And the last one, interactions with diverse peers. Well, that's one of the things that we do best. We're international and we have a mixed cultural background inside the classroom amongst the students, but also between us and them. So we come from a diverse background as well. We have been all over the place, being taught by different educational systems. So we carry all that with us into the classroom. But the most important thing, the most important contributing factor to student engagement is academic challenge. All of these do matter, but they do not contribute as much as academic challenge does. And that does not have to do with just teaching, but setting the bar high, challenging students from day one. So once they are entering in the community, challenge them to do better. So I'm just going to go over some of the things that we do in psychology and what we stumble upon, all of us, not just the psych people, when we try to do all of this. So for psychology, the academic challenge is really to set assignments or activities or professional engagements that will produce psychologists, will produce someone who is better than you. So you want them to be epistemological thinkers, which is the highest level of critical thinking. It is the point where students are producing knowledge themselves, and they do know that this knowledge is essentially contested. So it is the end point of what you are trying to do. So we want them to be these excellent thinkers. We want them to have practical competence, to have practical skills, and to have transferable skills, that they can go outside the classroom and into a company or into counseling and transfer what they learn from the classroom into their office once they are fully fledged psychologists. We also want them to have interpersonal skills. We want them to have a very clear professional identity. And you can either be Freudian or not Freudian. Berguno, or you are Constantino. You cannot be both at the same time. So there are the Bergunians, and then there are the Constantinians among the students. So you cannot have, really in psychology, you need to have a very clear professional identity because that drives everything that you do. You want them to be able to make moral and ethical decisions, because that is involved in research. If they are Constantinian and they do research, they need to make ethical decisions about that. But more importantly, if they're dealing with people, they need to be able to set boundaries and know where those boundaries are. And the last one that I have just come across very recently in research, they need to have grit, as in persevere against all odds. And interestingly, I'm going to come back to this on the next slide. Grit predicts professional success more than education and more than intelligence does. So all the most recent studies that look at other things besides the educational level, how intelligent you are, your socioeconomic background, grit is actually the one thing that will drive you forward in professional development. So I'll come back to that. So we try to encourage students to really set the bar high for themselves and for us as well, so that the standards that the outside professional bodies have for psychologists are being met by the senior year. It's not going to be met by every member of faculty and every student. We are all in the same pot, but we are aspiring for that to happen, at least by the end of the senior year, with senior students, because we are bound by those professional bodies, and those would be like the APA, the American Psychological Association, the British Psychological Society, or the HPC, which is the health professionals. So everybody who is a counselor or a clinician or a psychiatrist will fall under the HPC. So you need to really be like them. So that's what we really try to do with students. Make them professionals now, not when they will graduate from their PhD, now. That is not very easy to do. It is very time consuming and you find a lot of resistance. Of course you do, because here's what we need to work with. And this is not just us, it's everybody. So here are the cognitive science principles that I promised in my article. Okay? So The first thing is these high levels of critical thinking that we keep bantering on since the beginning of last year, remember? Well, they are really hard to get to. Really, really hard to get to. And the research shows that most adults do not achieve them. So, most adults, including us in this room, not just the students. Remember, we had a laugh about this in October. But the point is that epistemological thinking, this thinking that we want people to be doing, is not easy to achieve. The second thing that we need to be keeping in mind is that people, including us, are very prone to sticking to what makes sense. And in most of the sciences, very little does, especially in psychology. There's a lot of counterintuitive theory, counterintuitive research that students just cannot get over. They will talk about it in class and they will say, yes, but I will never do this. Everybody else does this, but I will never do this. Because this doesn't make sense for me. So when you talk about obedience to authority, for example, and people see those experiments of how everybody just followed what the authority told them to do, they would say, but I will never do this. So there's a lot of resistance to what the theory says, which is counterintuitive. This is an important thing for you to keep in mind. The mind or brain, slash however you want to call it, if you are philosophical or if you are scientific, is very prone to errors. It's hardwired to think the wrong thing. It is very boxed into stereotypes and very hard to break from the stereotypes. So there are hardwired distortions and errors and illusions that the mind has, and one of the ones that you're going to find in your class a lot is belief preservation. So despite the evidence, and despite everything that you offer students, including math makes sense, because in the real world, this is how you're gonna use it, they resist it because their belief, their opinion is that it is not. So contrary to what the evidence is, people will select the evidence that fits their opinion. So it's very hard to break from that. So everything that you're trying to do in the classroom needs to overcome this basic belief preservation. So to get people to that epistemological, very professional way of thinking, you need to break through the belief preservation first. And that's the bit that Julia was talking about in the sense of knowledge is essentially questionable, it is contested, and people don't like that bit because it is against your basic belief preservation, when there is a truth and there are lies, and there's nothing in between. There's no gray area. A couple of things about skills. No matter what the skills are that you want people to achieve, math skills, SPSS skills, research skills, economic skills, analysis in graphs, or artistic skills, they are very hard to achieve at a high level, and it takes a long time to develop and to transfer. Research shows this, that on average, to arrive at a high level skill of anything, like teaching, for example, it takes on average 10 years with at least 4 hours of practice a day. So you're not going to get a perfect student at the fourth year. You're not going to get a perfect student at the end of first year. We need to be more patient with them and push them a little bit more so that they do the 4 hours a day that they do not. As we know, they do not do the 4 hours a day. Let me just say something about ethics and becoming a professional. Most people do not develop ethically, morally, beyond the 16th year. You can either take it that as we are forever young, or we are forever behind in a way that we are immature in the way that we make ethical decisions. We come across that as soon as students are in research methods, and they have to design an experiment that falls within the ethical codes. And they start off with, can we do an experiment with alcohol, get some booze, get people drunk, and see if that affects people's memories, for example? No. You cannot do that. But students shouldn't be even considering these kinds of experiments realistically. They're not making a joke. They're actually considering doing this in the lab. And they should actually be able to erase that from their head very early on as an impossible experiment to run. But most of us are still 16 when it comes to ethical decision making. And that's the barrier that you need to break. You need to lift them from where they were a few years ago. Especially the 18-year-olds that you have in your foundations class, they're still like 16-year-olds when they're making ethical decisions. Like playing on the phone while they're talking. That it is the most impolite thing to do, but they are still doing that. It takes an ethical decision that says, this is a different environment, I have my own rules, and my rules say I don't do this. Never mind what the guy next to me does. I don't care about what the guy next to me does. Let me just mention this again. So there is very recent research, 2013, 2014, looking at persevering against all odds, and that's why how they define grit. That says that of all the factors that contribute to professional development and professional success, of course, intelligence and education, socioeconomic background, having your parents behind you while you're doing your PhD and you don't have to work 3 jobs at the same time, all of this does matter, but perseverance is the one factor that contributes the most to professional success, especially within this age group that we're looking at, 18 to 30-year-olds, the students that we have that go on to graduate studies. And we need to really teach them this, because math is time-consuming, science is hard, economics really hard to get to grips with. The running experiment, it will take me a whole term with nothing else besides running the experiment. Students do not really understand how much they need to put in to get very small amount out. Very satisfying, but very small amount out. So these are a couple of examples of academic challenge in psychology. You will see that we set the standard high for students. These are students who are in their junior and senior year. I'm not quite sure how to do lower level students, so how to do sophomores and freshmen. The freshmen are not really ready for this, they need the basics. They need the basics before they go to the next level standard. The sophomores, we have started doing something with them, but I can talk about it at another time. So at the junior level, the students are required as part of their research project to prepare a poster and present the poster at PPS standard. So they look up, I give them the PPS conference standard for presentations, and they work towards that. They have either the standards of other students, like Miriam's, for example, who presented at the PPS. They have her presentation, they look at it, they say, wow, how does she do that? It's very professional, I need to meet those standards. They have mine, and they aspire to meet those standards. Not everyone will do that, but instead of looking at the average, what the average should be doing, so to get a C, you should be getting this. Instead, to get an A, you should be doing this. So push the standard upwards, and students will follow you upwards. And the research, I can tell you a little bit about the research after Miriam speaks. It shows that students do tend to reach you upwards. They might not get to the A, but they will get to the B while they were at the C before. So while they would do a C before, now that you set the standard at the A, they push themselves up to the B. Some of the students, like Miriam, for example, out of that process, they actually apply to, they send a proposal to the PPS student conference, and they get accepted. Well, Miriam actually did the poster presentation last year, and she did an adult presentation this year. So the standard is really high. And next year, when I go into class, I'm going to say, look at Miriam, this is what she did. You should aspire to be like that. Push the standard upwards. Push it to the professional level, which is the BPS standard. At the same time, they have to do a peer review of an article that has been submitted to a journal for publication. And they have to do that to the format that we get to do a peer review of an article. So I actually give them a really bad article because you have a lot to say. It is a learning process. They have to spot all the mistakes. And actually students, what they do, they do a brilliant job out of this, by the way. Give them to spot limitations. They will find limitations everywhere. Contributions, not so much, but limitations, yes. They actually find things in the article that I never spotted, which is great. It means that they are getting better than you, which is what you want. You want them to be outside of what you taught them, because this is not a degree in me. They need to be outside of what we have given them in the class. And an important thing about this is to always point out why they're doing this. To point out why are they doing this specific thing now. They're doing the peer review because some of them will be peer reviewers in the coming 4 years as they go into their PhD, but also they can go back to their own paper that they're writing simultaneously as they're doing this and revise it according to the forms. So they go back and they say, oh, so-and-so I said that they did a rubbish job because of this. I think I have done the same. I better correct it before I submit it for grading. So that reflection that you were saying, self-reflection, happens within the course, or you hope that it will happen within the course. Because it won't happen automatically, I point it out. I would say, this, you need to be doing it for this reason. So this being explicit is very important. Maybe Miriam can tell us a little bit about her student engagement.
Yes, so I can only speak as myself and from my experience, but I think it's funny that we mentioned we're not sure quite how to engage freshmen and sophomores because they're not ready yet. I actually felt as soon as I got into the psych program that I was being pushed to do more. And one of the first classes I came into my freshman year, we had an older student presenting, and he came in and told us about his internship. And he came in, and he was actually so honest that he drew up his grades before his internship on the screen so we could see on self-service, and his grades after his internship. And he had been, as he stated, a very average student until he got out and he did an internship that really inspired him, and he came back and didn't get below a B+ the next semester. And seeing him, even though I knew that I was several credits away from being able to do an internship or anything remotely like that, pushed me to, well, in order to get the internship, I need at least this grade, which I know because we revised the policies. And so already then, because our professors in the psych department were good at letting the older students come in and tell us about what they're doing, I started reaching for that very early on in my psychology career, I feel. And that's the sort of thing that motivated me to be engaged, honestly. Wasn't just that I found my lessons interesting, but that I had something to do outside that I knew would contribute to me as a professional. So my first BPS conference, I researched entirely over Christmas break because I had had a really rough semester before then, and I guess this is where grit comes in. And I managed to pull out with good grades, but I had just not been able to motivate myself outside of class to do anything. But I knew that the deadline was January, and if I was going to make it to this conference that I had been looking up to the students who went before me, Kate DeToit and Lindsay Smith, who had gone the year before, I needed to get myself together, and I had that Christmas break to do it. And so I did, and to my great astonishment, I was accepted. And then I was accepted again this year. But I think it goes to show that really, from my experience, it does help to have other students setting the bar ahead of you. And it's also reassuring that both of the times I went to BPS, Ira's been kind enough to come with me, and she always maintains a 10-foot distance, so she will not answer any questions for me, she will not hover, and I have to do it all on my own. But it's also nice to have that faculty support, because like I said, we do look up to you guys, and we know you've done it before, so it's reassuring to know that if someone comes up and completely annihilates your poster, your professor's over there and you can kind of crawl back to them.
Sorry.
No, and that's the other helpful part is I have some professors in this room who were kind enough to annihilate my posters before I went to the conference, so I could completely redo them and then go and be like, it's okay. I already know I royally messed up, and so now this time it's less of a royal mess up. It's okay. And moving forward, I'm planning on submitting the work I did at the BPS to a journal. And I can say that having peer-reviewed a journal for practice and having reviewed real articles, I feel so much more prepared. And actually, I'm always surprised how prepared I am, because like going into this oral presentation, I was terrified. One of my best friends was there doing a poster presentation, and she was telling me, Miriam, you're radiating tension. Go sit over there, because I can't take this right now. And it's like, I'm sorry. But then I looked, and some of the PhD students that were going up there to present, I was just like, really? That would not fly at Richmond. And so we may be little, but the student engagement we do have, it does work. And so I say, keep at it, because believe it or not, we appreciate it. We just might not always be the best at articulating it. And we all do appreciate that. I think Richmond professors are very good at mixing grit and limit, where they push you to set the bar high, but also to know your limits. So when I had that rough semester, my professors were wise enough to sit me down and say, we know you're used to getting A's. We know you're used to trying to do everything perfectly, but considering what you're going through right now, should we maybe calm down and realize this isn't a reflection of you and your competence? And because they did that, I actually pulled through the semester with straight A's anyway, but I think that was largely a result of me being able to relax, knowing that my professors, who were always pushing me and telling me to do more, could also tell me, know yourself, know your limits, take care of you, and you will achieve great things. And now I'm going to my first choice program, which I also heard from an older psych student presenting in a class. So get those older students to talk to the younger students, because it works wonders.
By the way, she and Nikki at the BPS, they were so bad before her and after her that we pretended to walk out of the room. You know, they were really bad. They were really bad. We showed them up, I was so proud. Questions now or after? What do you want?
I just want to ask one very quick question, because I like the idea of raising the bar, the idea of having older students come in to give you somewhere to stretch to. You're obviously a very talented and self-motivated. Pedram is talented and self-motivated. I wonder if there's a negative impact lower down the grade scale on students who are not as well talented or self-motivated. That maybe they see the bar so high and go, I was nearly swore. Can I swear?
I think, can I answer it first? I think you need to do a balance of that. The first thing is to say it's not a talent. They are talented, yes, but that is not really the emphasis. They didn't get to the BPS by being talented. They put in so many hours of work. And all the research on how do you praise people, by the way, you praise them for their effort and not for their talent. So you gear it towards, if you put the effort in, this is what you get.
But we also get students who complain that, why have I got a C on this? I put so many hours in it.
Yes,
you know?
yes. You need to explain all of this at the same time. You need at the same time to explain that effort X doesn't equal grade A. You need to explain all of this. So I think they need role models, because you're not enough. I mean, they're not going to get this by osmosis. They need someone to look up to. And the feedback from the lower grade student has been, I'm inspired.
Okay.
Not by me, by other people. Because as they could look at it, she's just asking for too much, she's a hard trader, this, that, how's she expecting us to do all of this? But the point is, if someone has, and you have actually so many people coming in and saying over and over and over again, if you put the effort in, because that's what they say. They don't come in and they say, I'm so talented, look at me. Instead, they put the emphasis on, if you try, this is what you're going to achieve with support, because they will need support. They don't know how to put a proposal in. They will need a lot of support, but they need to drive it by themselves. I think that the feedback until now has been going upward.
And as Pedram says, when we leave Richmond, while we're here, it's easy because we're a small community to say you're pushing me too hard. When you get out into the real world, you try to tell your boss that, and they're going to say, go find another job. So while we're in the small community, I think we can take advantage of that, because actually in high school, I was not a straight A student. That was an identity I found at Richmond because I was able to choose what I wanted. And I mean, I'm still in touch with my high school physics teacher because the poor man spent so many hours making sure I did not fail that class. He's visiting me in London next week, actually. And then I have to say, in my family, I'm studious, I enjoy studying, you may have noticed. But my little brother, on the other hand, does not. And we've always sort of had this ongoing alliance because Jacob, my brother, hates when people say, well, your sister loves school. Why won't you engage in class the same way? And really, it doesn't do him any good when he gets the teachers who say, I see that you're not as engaged in Miriam. Well, but on the other hand, we've had teachers who say, well, clearly you're not Miriam. How do we engage you? And actually, Jacob is the far more charismatic one out of the two of us, and he may not have the grades, but he's actually a sophomore who's now going in and doing a full-time internship this summer, which we all know in the US it's pretty impressive for a sophomore to pull that off. And he was able to do that because he found a professor that, despite his grades, sat him down and said, I can see that you're getting a C in my class. I can also see that you can do more. And I know that you'd be better in the field than in the classroom because you want to apply theory, you don't just want to study it. And that helped Jacob, so I'd say that you make a point that if we try to apply the same model to all students of the same high bar, some students are going to be uninspired. But I think if we take that high bar, and obviously, I'm sorry because it creates a lot from you guys, obviously, but since you're here, you're obviously willing to put in the effort too. If you're able to take the bar and raise it in different ways for different students, I think we avoid that problem.
Sorry. Someone's crutch has just dropped.
Yes.
Raising
the bar.
Raising the bar over there. Raising the bar. I mean, I think that what you're talking about here is enormously important for Richmond in at several different levels, because there are a lot of people out there who would like to label Richmond as a mediocre little place where people pay for their degrees. And one of the things that I've had to deal with over the years is that kind of perception of Richmond in the outside world. And one of the things that's actually broken that over the years, as students with real ability as original thinkers and researchers going on to prestigious postgraduate programs and absolutely knocking people out. I mean, I remember, for example, in the IR program, how difficult it was originally in the 80s to get our graduates to LSE. Because when we started to get them into LSE, that we have this very, very sort of snooty British attitude. Ew, you remember that, Michelle? You know, who are they? And then we started getting some of our students into LSE, and they were. I mean, I remember personally when we had a sociology degree, the first sociology person that we got into the sociology program at LSE had a hell of a fight because you could just feel the kind of common room politics radiating out, you know. The guy got in and he graduated top of his class, and the other students were going to him because he was the only one there who understood research methods and how to write a paper and how to reference.
Well, look,
and this has a knock-on effect for the university.
UCL was the same for psychology.
Yeah.
They started off by interviewing they no longer interview. They invite for interviews, students stay there for 10 minutes, they tell them how wonderful they are, and they're in the program. The criminology one that Miriam is in, because it's a PhD, they need to do more than just a thorough interview. But last year, was it last year or 2 years ago that
2 years ago.
Alexandra and Eric interviewed? There are hundreds of applicants. They shortlisted about 40. They invited 2 of our students back to interview. They take 10 people. They took both of them. So that Richmond didn't matter anymore. What mattered was they performed on the day. So if they're ready to perform on the day, the image changes, one, and second, it doesn't matter anymore where you come from.
But it's also,
on the day they were ready to perform.
But it's also really easy to kill that in programs, because if you recruit the wrong people to teach on the program, and you encourage by doing that a culture of mediocrity, then you can kill that in a couple of years dead. And then it takes years and years and years to build that back again. You know, so it has to do with having the right people teaching, because the right people teaching will bring those students on.
Talking about LSE, about 8 years ago, one of our students in one of the history majors went to the LSE. She wasn't the top student, but in the middle of the year, I got a letter from one of the people who was teaching her, one of the admin people, I don't know, who said, if you have any more students like her, can you send her to us? Can you send them to us?
They started going to Cambridge after that, to the LSE.
Same thing from the Teachers College at Columbia. We get emails that say, if you have any more students of that caliber, please send them to us.
And she
was not going to get everybody on board. But you know this. There are the people who are just coasting. Yes, but if you get 80% of the class on board, I think that is a success. Just because I have some data on this, just briefly to say, if you set the bar high, if you're explicit about where the bar is, so if you see the numbers under explicit, it doesn't matter what pre, post exam and all of that is. Under the explicit group, where people are told this is the bar and it is high and it is professional, versus the people who were not told this, but we went on as a regular class. This is what we do in psychology without these high professional standards. That is an exam that they took on, those are the scores on an exam of critical thinking. So you see under the explicit, the numbers are much higher, including reaching up to the 40%, which is actually very high for juniors, for sophomores. This is a sophomore class that you see under the very explicit. This is a very high number for sophomores to get. So I think it's working. You're not going to get 100%. You know that you will never be.
Yeah, but I was more worried about if there's a negative
impact. It doesn't seem to be that we get this kind of feedback.
I mean, can I just say something else? I think another interesting thing about this is sort of looking at it, if you like, more from a sort of sociological point of view, is that what you've managed to do in psychology is that, in a way, kind of build a sort of subculture of academic success, where it basically, you've got kind of norms and values in that degree where it's kind of cool to be academically successful. You can get the reverse thing happening on certain degree programs where kind of everybody kind of knows that this is kind of a degree program where you can just coast. And that's one of the big difficulties in small colleges, I think.
Or they cannot coast inside.
No, but they can't coast inside because the bar. But you're also attracting a group of students that share those norms and values. So students that don't behave like that realise this isn't the degree for them. The challenge is to have that culture. The challenge is to have that culture in all the degree programs.
It takes a long time to build that culture. You really need to be determined to push the students. You get a lot of pushing back, not from Miriam, obviously, but from people who want to coast. Who want to coast. And that is normal. You just need to accept it as normal. Because of all of the other things, that the average is that. People resist.
Okay, so finally we have Michelle Cohen, who's going to talk about student engagement as a journey.
Well, the reason I decided to join this group today was because at first I thought, well, it really had nothing to do with me, because planning for the future and making decisions about the future isn't my future. I am retiring. But then it occurred to me that maybe I could do a presentation at the end of the day, quite short, because it's been a long day, about looking backward and looking what it was that I learned from participating. And also, because of this, I actually had a long drink with the graduating students of the history major in my 6,000 class and asked them about why they enjoyed the program, what happened. And that explains the keyword journey. Why journey in the title? I began to, when I started thinking back about what had happened, I thought that from the Enlightenment class, from the 4,000 level class, what I had done is I had sort of taken the students on this journey. I had sort of dragged them to that level, to the high level I want them to reach, which wasn't always easy. And then I got a card from a student, and she said, "We thank you so much for the journey. We feel that you took us on this journey." And I thought, that's the key word. She had exactly the same word without consultation. I didn't actually consult with Ira about this presentation, and I didn't do a PowerPoint because I've been trying to meet 3 deadlines, and really I just didn't have the time. But also I made so many notes, my PowerPoint would have been useless anyway. The key word for me was explicitness, and you said that word very much. And I remember when that word came to me, and when the action that associated it came to me. It was many years ago, in the 1980s, when I was teaching the kind of quintessentially disengaged group. There was the ELD, or LDP. They were the students whose English had not enabled them to reach the freshman level. And some of them were so angry. And some of them were very smart, but they spoke like babies because they really didn't have the kind of academic language you needed. It was a great program. And it occurred to me one beginning of year to say, this is what we're doing this for, this is what, and it would be totally explicit about everything that went on in the program and why they were doing it. Every exercise, every topic, and everything. In the way I had planned it, because I had my own means of evaluating what it is that I wanted to do, and my learning outcomes, although they weren't called like that at the time. The effect was so magical that this is what I have learned to do for every single one of my classes. Not necessarily for the 6,000 level class, because I don't have to do it, but certainly for the lower division classes, all of them, what I did was to be explicit about what everything was. And everything, I said, none of what you're doing is wasted. Everything has a purpose, and it has a purpose for transferring skills. And they trusted me. So, one of the things that I asked students, and this is what they told me for what happened in terms of the journey, the start of the journey at the lower division. They said one of the things that they really liked that I did was that they didn't talk to PowerPoint. Interestingly, they said if you have the material on PowerPoint, all you want to do is take it down, and you don't listen to what's happening.
Yeah.
What they liked is what I did use, mainly because I didn't know how to use PowerPoint. But I used to take, and for all my classes I did that. I could take the lecture, remove all the explanatory part, and leave the main topics, so that they would have, and I explained to them, it was explicit what it was that I was trying to do. I'm not going to tell you because I don't want to take the time, but basically, and this would be online, and they were expected to download it, read it, and it had spaces so they could fill it in, but they would have a structured form. They said that this was incredibly helpful. And they pointed out to a number of things that I did in class, especially teaching them close reading in the class, etc. But
what I did, and also oral presentations, which they said allowed students to work together to create bonds which actually remain through the course. And I think this is what you do in psychology, actually. They started working in the Enlightenment class and they continued as went on. But what I did in the Enlightenment class, which they actually liked, is I made sure to say that what you're doing, whether it's oral presentation or essays, it's all about being taught how to do something for the upper division. So, for example, when it became possible, I did the midterm exam as a formative learning, not summative. I graded them, but didn't enter the grade. And I feel from learning about 18th century teaching that telling the students to learn, showing the students how to learn without realizing that they're working at it, that they're learning in a way by osmosis through the class. By giving them the space where they could actually try out different ways of thinking, different ways of writing, without being marked down for it. And what did I say here? Yeah. It allowed them a space where they're not always penalized for not knowing. And I would say always, don't worry about the oral presentation, because they would get very nervous. I say, you're being taught how to do it. I'm not expecting you to know how to do it. And I did that for other things, and they felt that they were part of the journey. It was like they were preparing for what was going to happen at upper division. And then at upper division, I'd say, right, now it gets difficult. And I have high expectations, and this is what they are. And this is why we're doing this. And the top students really came along. I had 4 students, I had a class of 12. The first 5 students' essay I read were so good after reading some other essays that I wanted to give them all A's until I read again, and I thought, all right, I've got to be a bit more critical. But they were so beautifully written. They were so well argued. It was really excellent. Okay. My second really big experience was with the study abroad in the History of London class. And what I was told about the study abroad in the History of London was that, they are disengaged, they think it's a tourist class, don't expect any high level, they're not going to do any reading. Anyway, we changed the class thanks to Alex's initial brilliant idea. And the way the class is organized, just to very briefly tell you, I am the main person, but I only teach one of the sessions. Every Monday, someone from the university, or as a part-timer, or someone who is hired from outside, but at the moment it's just a part-timer, or a full-timer, comes in, does an hour class, or an hour and 20 minutes, and then on Wednesday, we take the students out in 2 different groups, so we have to do it twice, to a location in London which illustrates what, or part of the Monday lecture. So the lecture on Dickens was then illustrated by going to Soho and looking at where he lived, etc. Now, I go along, and during that time, what I do is I chat to the students. And that has had an amazing effect, much more than I anticipated. Since I'm only the class teacher, I don't engage with them as one would do if I had a normal class, because I speak to them once, and then I'm kind of hanging on the margins. But that chatting while I talk to them. And I also, right on the first day, sorry, I should have said that before, I also made very explicit what Richmond was prepared to give them. The small class, they was prepared to give them the attention of the faculty, my responding to emails 7 days a week, my office was open to them whenever I was there, and also that I was actually interested in what they were going to do. I really am interested in how you see London, etc., etc. And I think it worked. What do you think, Alex?
Well, it's definitely working a lot better than it did.
And I think they've been producing very good essays,
yeah.
All of them. I mean, when you think about them, most of them are taking practical degrees. and they're not used to writing essays.
Well, I think with a subject like History of London, where you have people that have specific areas of expertise on the faculty, so you've got Lucas, for example, who's a medievalist, and he's really passionate about that. It's difficult to find somebody, well, I'll put it in a different way, that course was originally put together by somebody who wrote a definitive history of London.
Yes, and otherwise.
And it's actually quite difficult. If you know, we inherit courses like this, and unless you have somebody who knows absolutely everything about all the different eras, and even if they claim to, they usually don't. I think the best way to do it is to use particular expertise. Say that somebody's interested in the 18th century, like you, a medievalist, a 19th century person.
And they feel they're getting the expertise. But what I want to say is that the engagement with the student can be done in a variety of ways. It can be done through the intellectual approach, it can be done through the skills approach, and it can be done also on the margins of the actual teaching. But somehow the passion of the teacher in the subject and conveying that as part of being passionate in what the students are doing, I think, is the intangible key.
I mean, I think the other good thing about that class is that you have students that have particular interests themselves, which you can then fuse into topics in the history of London.
Absolutely, and the flexibility that the class allows, because I don't have an exam, I just have 2 papers. And, you know, but the flexibility is part of my interest in them. Why don't you use, because what I learn about them in the walk is that, like, this guy is a marketing manager or marketing studies. Say, why don't you do a paper as if you were marketing London? Just choose 3 areas. I mean, you know, trying to engage them according to what they can offer, rather than kind of throwing at them a sort of fully made class that they have to absorb, you take it or leave it. And in a way, I'm really very proud of that. And it's something that I did not expect. And I learned it only last year. So I think for me, it's been quite an experience. Okay. My third point is a bit more controversial. And it's my last chance to say it. Education as punishment. And my students begged me to do this during that famous long drink at the end of the 6,000 level class. They wanted me to bring this to this workshop. They said, it's all very well to talk about student engagement. We want to talk about what is the most demotivating aspect of the Richmond curriculum. And they say, having to take the math courses. I have 3 in this group. I have 3 graduating students, 2 boys and 1 girl, who said they can't. I mean, I didn't check the figures. They can't get to first class. They knew they couldn't because they got C or C minus in the math, and therefore they just thought, you know, why should I try for the first class? And they feel still as maths illiterate as before they took the course. And I can actually concur with that. Anna, very kindly, I asked her, because I feel like an Oscar exposing my math illiteracy, which I call dyscalculia. There is a term, Essex has it, uses it, Essex University, takes it very seriously. I asked her to explain something to me about how you get from some number to a percentage. Like some people say, it's 27, that must be 12%. How do they do this? So she explained me very carefully using marbles. All I can remember is that she used marbles. Within 2-3 weeks, I just did not know. And I was picking up some notes while I was listening to the very entertaining David's presentation. And I said, it's not just a question of liking or not liking maths. I wish, when she gave me the explanation, I was delighted, but it didn't stick. Math is not the only thing that deals with problem solving. History deals with problem solving, and it's harder than math because at least in math you have the right answer or the wrong answer. In history, there is no real answer. Now, if you would replace math disliking with dyslexia, right? You would actually treat it as a disability for which you have to give support, and you've got to give extensions, and you never will say you will become a writer, because you're aware that there is a problem that cannot be cured by however much support you give. The support that you can give is great for the moment, but what you don't realize, people like me and people like these three very, very good students, B, A-, A, B+, you don't remember it. And I have very good memory, but I cannot remember math. I cannot remember any explanation. I can't even remember how much I earned. I have no way of even beginning. And they were very depressed about it. And that's why I decided to bring it up. My suggestion, before I knew that you were going to do light math, was if, for example, when somebody says, I'll never use it again in my life, yeah, I'll never. I mean, not only I'll never use it, but I can't use it because I still don't know. Right. Okay, if for example, you did the passing math was not, if let's say math 100, what's it called now, math 3000, math 3000. If people fail, instead of making the punishment, you fail it, we're going to teach you to pass it, which I think is treated as is understood as a punishment by the people who fail it. And some of them were saying, oh my God, I've almost finished, but now I'm going to have to go back to the lower division and do my math requirement. And they were, they had the weight of the world on them while sitting and having their drink. So if that identification, if that failure in Math 3000 was seen not as a failure in math that you can actually somehow compensate for, from bad teaching, bad disliking, whatever, as a sign that what the students need is something else, not forcing them to do Math 100 and fail it 2 or 3 times, which I think is education as punishment. And I know one student who left because she said, I'm never going to pass that math, and I don't want to do it, I'm leaving Richmond. So, to be creative, and I know that Richmond has been on the cutting edge of a whole lot of things, but for some reason, the thing about math, as it is seen in the core requirement, doesn't seem to have budged from old thinking.
I mean, to be fair, I do remember a time when students used to refer to the principles of writing as prisoner of writing secrets, and
it's changed.
Well, I've got a few things to say about
that's basically all I
Michelle,
want to say. That basically,
but you're being inconsistent.
Why?
On the one moment, you're talking about a journey, and I think that's perfectly right. And then you're saying, I had this destination I went to with Anna about marbles. If you want to understand maths, you have to undertake the journey. You can't do it as a one-off in a few minutes. Right?
Sometimes you have to go backwards.
Yeah, but I wouldn't choose to do it.
No, I understand that. I would choose to do chemistry.
No, absolutely. But I think the journey I did. But what I'm saying is, that's my only solution. I didn't want to leave without some sort of, it would be a diagnosis, not a failure. And that, I think, we can think about. Okay, so questions?
Michelle.
I had a question.
Sorry. Questions. Yes.
I didn't think
I think sort of literacy, words, terms, is very sort of parallel to numeracy as being one of the very, very basic things that is visible, unfortunately, and which some people have blocks about. I mean, you actually talked about, hang on. I think that there's so before I go on to that, there has been, and I think this is an ARW, in the past, there has been a mentality which veers towards punitive. it's been seen as a gatekeeping set of courses. And I think it should be a gateway set of courses. And that quote that I ran down the corridor to you with the same hey, look at this, and it's something about providing a transparent, no, what is it? Let's see with these glasses, hang on. A supportive, compassionate and respectful environment in which to learn these practices, which are really, really difficult. What you said, I think this is sort of a symptom of how these courses, and I'll talk about numeracy as well as literacy, are perceived. You said, oh yes, when you take the test at the beginning, you kind of might pass, or you fail, and then you go into 3195, or you pass and you go into 4195, and that's how you see it. Which is just, I know, breathtaking. That is really, but to change the culture, which I'm really, really keen on, is, I think, just requires a whole redesign of the courses, reconceptualisation.
Which is what we're in the process of doing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
But I think the point you make in relationship to math, one of the math requirement is being redesigned, as David referenced earlier on. But I think one of the questions still that the Gen Ed committee is tussling with is whether or not the student also takes the Math 3000 initially before, you know how right now what happens is in order to take the course that is the numerical requirement, you have to pass Math 3000. So you take this math diagnosis, this math diagnostic in the beginning, and if you test into level 1, you have to take Math 3000 first before you can then take your numerical requirement. And that is, this is really where you're coming from in terms of a failure versus a diagnosis. But also, I think what it also boils down to is what are the I mean, you work backwards when you work this stuff out, don't you? You say, what do we think that the student who graduates with a BA in X, which is a liberal arts BA, 4-year degree, what qualities, what understandings, what proficiencies, what skills, what knowledge, all of that, what do they need to have in order to have that degree?
But what I'm talking about, first of all, is, in my own experience, if McGill had made the entrance requirement just math, I would never have been able to go.
Yeah.
Right. But it was math or Latin. All I'm saying is that there could be some sort of alternative or some sort of way of doing it.
Yeah, no, I understand, and that's why I'm saying I think what one has to do is face that question. What are the
and the other question
that we have to have?
If you say that one of the things, as I remember, I worked for the Gen Ed quite a lot. One of the requirements for students when they leave is to be math literate. If you think that someone who has dyscalculia or is really problematic with math and numbers can actually come out, having taken those courses, be math literate, you're fantasizing.
Right.
Yeah. Because it doesn't stick.
No, I understand, and I think that really what the committee faces is this question of if the student takes and successfully passes the math course that we're in the process of designing, if that then allows them to basically fulfill Middle State Standard 12, which has to do with quantitative abilities, then that's part of the answer to whether or not the Math 3000 is required.
But you get the name on
With
it.
some of that makes sense.
It depends on where you want to end up, where you start. Now, many years ago, when I was at Trinity College in Hartford teacher, they did away with having a one-size-fits-all Gen Ed and had a distribution requirement. I don't know if we're big enough to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a complete idiot at maths, and probably I would never have been able to graduate from a place like Richmond. I would never ever have come here anyway because of the maths requirement.
Absolutely.
I mean, I did perfectly okay, you know, not even having a maths O level, and it's never been a problem for me. But I mean, but actually, when I went to graduate school in the States and I had to do a research methods course, I thought this was God's revenge on me for being a math idiot. And what I actually found was that I actually started to pick up some math when I had to design questionnaires and do something with the data. And then it started making sense to me, because what I was no good at was dealing with it with just abstract ideas with lots of squiggles and, you know, and actually I began to actually understand things like bivariate and multivariate analysis, and I think one of an intelligent way to deal with these things
is the way they talk about this morning.
you know, within a liberal arts system is actually to build the quantitative component into those courses which require it. So I mean, you know, if you're doing psychology or if you're doing the social science research methods course, then, I mean, doing basic stuff to do with what to do with data, you know, and how to analyze data seems an intelligent way to deal with that math requirement.
Right. And I think, and it does. I mean, I think that does happen, because in those particular majors, those courses are designed like that. But I think one of the questions you also get into is, what about, from a liberal arts viewpoint, is what about the majors that don't have a math requirement, for example?
Why should they have one?
You know, history doesn't. Literature, if there was one, wouldn't have. Right, Adam doesn't, etc. But you still have the middle states requirement to meet. It's a matter of how you best meet that.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's a standard 12. I mean, it absolutely specifies a quantitative component. But it's also, I mean, you can define that in different ways, and you can teach it in different ways.
We are a liberal arts institution, and so then we have to commit to that math is a part of the liberal arts. Having said this, I am one of those people that every time I see a number, I cry a little inside. Which in psychology is tough, because statistics is frankly going to be a big part of my life, whether I like it or not. It's like an obnoxious cousin. But I think that even doing majors where you may not think that math is as important, like for Adam, there are times where it does come in all of a sudden if you want to hit a certain angle in your photography and stuff, and maybe a way, because I'm also directionally challenged. So my high school driving buddy used to make fun of me because I drove to school every single day of high school, and the last week before we graduated, I still used the GPS to get home. And he's like, it's a 15-minute drive we do every day. This is absolutely ridiculous. But maybe instead of failing it and having it as a punishment, we can give students who struggle a sort of GPS. And I know British accrediting bodies will not like this, but since they're not the one requiring the math requirement, maybe instead of having big cumulative tests where you have to remember this huge chunk of mathematic information, we could instead have tests for those people who struggle that test more frequently, so you have little chunks of math to build on, and then that way you can also check up, because I know in statistics you do weekly quizzes anyway, so using those checkups instead as the bigger chunk of the grade for people who struggle, rather than saying, here's a whole textbook to memorize, good luck.
In fact, the Maths 3000, which you're talking about, they even do more smaller quizzes, small assessments. But the bottom line is this, you know, whether we like it or not, the university has got certain standards it expects students to meet. And in line with what, I said about grade, you see, now we cannot start changing things simply because some people cannot make it in that area. And the student we are talking about, that she couldn't even do anything in Math 3000, she had to drop it. And yet, the Math 3000 that we teach here is not even high school mathematics.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Now,
that's what I'm saying.
And you see, any course, any module, most of the degrees done at Richmond, at a certain stage, they require a level of numeracy which is higher than math 3000. Yes.
Not history. I think one of the things that does happen, though, there are various majors, like I referenced Adam as it not having a mathematical requirement, but in fact, you use a lot of mathematics in art. And this is one of the things that, as a lecturer in art, you know, you reference, or I certainly do, reference mathematic usage. You know, you could not design a piece of sculpture without, if you had anything to do with scale and proportion, etc. I mean, and so it's, again, it's sort of what you're talking about, Alex, in terms of applying the mathematics.
The challenge is
get it into that state.
I mean, they tried to develop this art of maths course, but I'm not really sure if it worked in that kind of way. But I think the way of dealing with the maths is to embed it within majors. You know, I mean, it's obvious in something like psychology. It's much more obvious in history.
But it does happen. Like Lily Young is a great example where I don't know if you guys know her, but she is a fabulous historian that's interested in textiles and fashion, and she is not a math person to say the least, but she sews her own clothing, and she may not realize it, but every piece she shows, she's using math because they come out beautifully and symmetrically, and you can't do that without math.
But I think the key is not whether you do math, not whether one person leaves and we should therefore drop it, which is the tail wagging the dog, but to remarket it so it's not education as punishment.
Well, that's exactly what I just want to see what Ila has to say.
I think the way that they are revamping it is right.
It's right, yeah.
To situate it within what is its past, why is it useful, and all of that. But I think that we need to market it as a way of thinking. Because the aim of the general education is to make a well-rounded citizen, right? They're gonna do everything else in the major about variables and analysis and all of that. But in math, the way that I understood you revamping it is for students to understand what is the way of thinking in math. And that is really important for every single one of us to have, because people above us are making decisions, thinking mathematically, and if we cannot think like that, we don't understand what are these decisions that are being made for us. So I agree that it shouldn't be punishment because it needs rebranding. And that's what I understood from this morning, that they're doing. So if it is marketed as, this is a way of thinking, and you should use it, because it's in everything. I cannot take this one apart and rebuild it. Someone else has to do it for me. So I'm completely dependent on the person at the Apple store on when they're going to give me an appointment to do this, right? Like the person is completely dependent on the counselor to solve their depression problems. So I think we need to be versed in that.
I agree.
So if you rebrand it, and instead of, I agree with you, it shouldn't be a punishment because students look at it like that. And if they do now a rebranding exercise, which is what I'm understanding, and if they situate it, then students are going to see it in a different way. But we have done this with all the foundations courses, if you think about it. All the foundations courses needed to be rebranded in that way.
Well, in the new 3000 levels.
It's really important. Including psychology. When I took it over, it was introduction to psychology for the psych students. Let the rest in the class drown, whatever it was.
Well, that's
you
part
need to rebrand it.
right, and that's also part of the thinking behind the redesign of the gen ed curriculum.
I agree about I agree totally about the thinking mathematically is of interest to me because I watch programs on television. I listen even to the stuff to do with statistics. I don't understand the statistics, but I understand the thinking behind it. I like reading about finance because I think the thinking behind it, the numbers I can't cope with. I was also interested in astronomy when I was 11, and I read some complicated stuff, and the numbers didn't bother me because I understood what was being talked about. So I think there has to be a way, but the one thing that I did want to say is that the demotivation for the students to have got bad grades and therefore feeling that they are sort of oppressed through their academic career because of the lower division failures,
and that sense of being punished for failure. And I think those two things are two things that, in a context of looking at student engagement, have to be looked at. In other words, the reverse.
I think it's a particular problem at Richmond because you're getting students who've just come out of getting all that for years at high school as well. So, you know, they come out of high school kind of feeling like that about themselves, and then they come here and they get the whole thing all over again.
Well,
and
that's why it has to be changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say something which sounds as if I'm boasting here, but it's not like that at all. I was told by a student during that drink of another student.
I noticed you got drinking
at a
first.
confessional that the history, world cultural history, which I taught almost like literature, because most of the class weren't historians, and I told them stories, etc. Apparently, one student who had come and said, and she was forced to take spatial, and she took history, she then hated history throughout high school. She loved the course, and she considered being a history major. Okay, so in fact, the way we market, the way we present the material, and the way we don't threaten with failure, actually can make a huge difference, and that's all my plea is. Yeah.
I mean, also, I think in my experience as well, the courses students tend to dislike most at the lower division are the ones in which they're taught to as if they were school kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the lecturers who address them like high school teachers and talk down to them and, you know, and get angry with them and do all the high school shtick. I mean, that's what you don't want at university.
You had that point?
Yeah, I think that with mathematics courses, they need to be marketed in such a way, and I know there's a rebranding going on, but they need to be marketed in a way that the students understand that they might not be learning the mathematics for mathematics' sake per se. They're learning it as a new way of thinking. They're learning it as a different way of thinking as to what they're used to in the rest of their...
Fair enough.
So say they're taking a social science course or a humanities course, that's all they'll be thinking about. And it's good for them to have, for us to have a different approach as well as. So I think it's important for them to be told that this is why you're being put in a maths class. It's to be shown a different way of thinking as well as what you're used to and what you're going to use primarily in your life.
I agree. That's very well put, actually. Very, very well put.
But it had so much resistance a few years ago from the then faculty in math when we tried to say that the statistical methods in social sciences course should be a mathgenic because it's the one that's obviously of most relevance to a lot of social scientists. We were told, oh no, that's not a proper math course because that's not mathematical thinking. That's just pressing buttons. You know, and I mean, it's for years it's been kind of banging your head against a brick wall with that.
I mean, all that's been changed.
Yeah, I know it's been changed, but I'm just saying, that's the legacy.
Right.
Of it.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, just like I think when students enter the history major, I hope they're made to feel that they're privileged to enter this wonderful world. Look at what happened. Look at what those people did, and look at how it relates to the present. They should actually feel privileged to be entering a way of thinking which would be absolutely helpful for the rest of their life. And we're not asking them for numbers.
But Michelle, I mean, historians have to analyse data. And a lot of the data that historians have to analyse is statistical.
Well, very few, really.
Well, I mean, but if you're going out and doing archival data, let's say you're doing stuff on cholera epidemics in London in the 1840s, a lot of the archival stuff that you're going to be doing at a senior level is going to be statistical. Yeah?
The other thing is, Hedram said, and I agree, that in business and economics, kids are complaining they don't get enough maths. And this is where I agree with Mary, that maybe we don't need one size fits all across the entire curriculum. And your solution is probably the one that works.
Yeah, I mean, different majors have different skill sets that you need to bring on.
And in journalism, you now definitely need data statistics. Data analysis is a really useful, sought-after skill. I mean, I talked to David when I first came here about coming in doing it with the journalists.
Well, that could be built in, and I mean, in terms, can I just say one more thing in terms of the relationship of 4,000 or whatever it is you teach, and the upper division? One of the things the students suggested is for faculty from the different disciplines to come and talk to the class, and one could have coming to the class different people from different disciplines saying this is why it will be useful for you to learn how to think in this way rather than learn the math. Right. Learn how to think rather than have students, but also have faculty joining in and actually explaining and saying this is the level you have to reach. And you should be grateful that we are actually ready to teach you all this. I mean, exactly. Like, it makes you feel.
We had offers.
Offers. I mean, that's one possibility. Yeah.
You mentioned art of math before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't completely write that off because I mostly hang out with students in the arts and sciences courses, and a lot of my friends who are ADA majors took arts and math, and they found it significantly more bearable and also appreciated what that class did. I think they had
in fact, I'm the one who teaches the art of maths, and the students come there with their own perception that there is no mathematics in the art of maths. But what happens in the art of maths is that they go beyond just solving problems. They will put life into mathematics.
Well, that's
and you're also
so that you see now when you talk about an equation, we don't just look at it from the mathematical point of view, but what was the mentality behind that equation? I mean, how did it come about, and what has been its development over the years?
And they felt the same appreciation I know. As one of the great things about our history course is that it allows students to choose their own interests. Like, I like the history of toilets, and where on earth am I going to be able to study that? But I was able to write several essays and do several presentations on it. Art of math,
including history of London.
Yep. To the study abroad's great shock and horror. The art of math, from what I heard, it allowed some wiggle room, which was the closest thing that a lot of students had come to being able to pursue their own interests within the scope of math. So, I mean, I didn't take that course, and I'm sure, there's room for improvement in every course at this university, but I don't think we should entirely write it off.
If you're a psychology major, you don't need to take that.
I took statistics.
Exactly. That's more than enough.
But I still think that it can be a valuable course for people who are less than thrilled about math, and for example, historians who maybe are more fascinated with looking at pieces of art and analyzing meaning behind them than looking at data from cholera epidemics. If you're interested in the cholera statistics, then you need to be in a stats class and suck it up like the rest of us.
But you don't know that, and you see in the first year. This is the point I was trying to make earlier. It's often much further down the road in your studies that you realise that you need those skills. It's not right at the beginning.
No, and I suppose this goes along with this idea then of the student who is 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead coming into the classroom. It was what you were talking about when you took that freshman psych class and the student talking, was it about their internship? Right, I mean, it's that sort of thing. If you have it from a student who's not that far ahead of you saying, hey, you know what? In fact, you really need this because, et cetera, et cetera. I think that can make a difference.
I've tutored psych students in quantitative methods say, like, I'm done after this, and I'm like, no, you have your senior project, and they really can't wrap their head around, like, there's more statistics, and it's like,
it's never ending.
You're studying psychology, yes, there are more statistics.
But one of the things that operates in the art world, for example, but you can be, the artist has the vision, the artist has the concept, has the vision, etc. And you can be an artist who then, in essence, directs the art. So you may be the camera person, but you may decide that you're not going to put all your time into the physicality of the editing. And so you will sit there with a friend at the editing desk and direct the edit, but they may be the one who punched the various buttons and such. And there could be some parallels here in terms of, for example, you looking at statistics and understanding the concepts behind them and all of this, but actually doing the actual number crunching, well, maybe you feed it into a computer program, and the computer does the number crunching.
You didn't listen to what David said earlier. Can't do everything like that, Julie.
So I mean, I think,
something about that. Yeah. I think you still need to know how to do the editing, even the basics. Because then you
the basics, but
because then you don't know if the person you have next to you, even if they are your friend, if they're doing what they should be doing, or the maximum of what they should be doing.
Well, usually,
because in psych, you can feed everything into the computer. It spits out an output, right? But you need to understand, first of all, if it's right, so it doesn't match up your numbers that you just saw, and how are you going to write that? What do you mean?
No, I understand. I guess the parallel I was drawing, though, was the fact that with editing, it's visual. You can see. You can see the whole thing. And the other thing, of course, is it is understanding potential. And of course, one needs to know the basics. But if you've got a line that runs from here way out there, a lot of times you're not able to do from here all the way out there, but you can do that much, and then you've got the vision for the rest of it, sort of thing. And I mean, I think there can be some parallels with some of this. And it's true, I think, too, that the more you can do yourself, the more you're going to understand if everything's absolutely accurate. I mean, I like not having to rely on someone else to do that bit, or if somebody else does it, I want to be able to look at it and be sure it's right in that sense. But there's levels of expertise, aren't there?
But I have a feeling, that if something comes up and one needs to learn something, well then, okay, one learns it. I changed discipline completely. Became a historian, because I wanted to do it. Right. And I had to learn an enormous amount, but I think anybody can do it. So if I have to learn something about percentages, I call Anna and she explains to me, and she's going to send me again how to do it. So maybe if I do it a number of times, I might remember how to do it. But it doesn't bother me not to be. I can manage without it. Yeah, I'd feel better if I could do it, but I can't paint. So I'm not going to say my life will be. I absolutely need to know how to paint. It's a question of deciding. But I think one can always learn, and the moment when you need something and you need to learn it, then the engagement comes with it. And
and I suppose if one was able to time it so that the teaching of X happened at exactly the right time for each person, that would be ideal. Think of all the things that you've been taught and that you learned partially, and then 3 years later is when you really needed it. Right. As long as you then have the tools and the ability to, let's say, refine it. Sure. And the notes. Go back to your notes. The notes. Well, thank you, Michelle.